Thanks for joining us. Epic was founded on building great games and sharing all of our technology openly with the community. We succeed when you succeed, and we want all developers to have the advantages we have ourselves when building games like Fortnite. Unreal Engine 5 is the latest chapter. We released the early access preview back in May, and the community has built some amazing things in it. Let's take a look. Today, we're launching Unreal Engine 5.0 to all developers. It's been battle tested in Fortnite Chapter 3, launched last December. So download it today and get started. What's most exciting now is that real-time 3D is bringing industries together, with Unreal Engine 5 as their common medium. Among game developers, 48% of announced next-generation console titles are powered by Unreal. Automotive designers, fashion designers, and architects are doing everything from design visualization to brand activations and entertainment crossovers. Film and television producers are using Unreal for virtual production on set and for final pixels on the movie screen. Then they're bringing their content to games and live events on a mass scale. We're seeing the emergence of a new medium connecting people around the world, live and shared experiences. Whoever you build today is a stepping stone to bigger things in the future, so come join us on the journey, and we'll build this future together. Next up, I'd like to introduce Kim LeBury, CTO of Epic Games.
Hello, everybody. I can't believe it's been 8 years since we shipped Unreal Engine 4, and 7 years since we made it free for everybody to use. Since then, we've seen huge growth in engine usage, spanning games as well as many other industries. This incredible journey has afforded us the opportunity to work with some of the best creators from all over the planet. It's their work which has driven us to keep pushing the envelope to the point where we are today, which is the release of Unreal Engine 5. One of the founding principles of the company is that we bring the lessons we learn from our own game development back into Unreal. The scale and success of Fortnite took that model to a whole new level. Putting all that work back into the engine has made Unreal Engine way better across all platforms. I joined Epic because I've always believed that real-time technology has the power to revolutionize the creative process across all industries. Being able to make instantaneous decisions within a near photoreal interactive environment is utterly transformative. It empowers you to make big changes to a scene and see them immediately in context. This is a better, quicker, and much more efficient way of creating content. It's been fantastic to see our customers using the engine in so many different ways, from indie creative projects all the way up to AAA games and even movies. But for us to really be sure that Unreal Engine 5 has achieved the goals we set for it, to really change the way interactive and linear media is made, we needed to push the engine to a new extreme. And that's how the Matrix Awakens demo came about.
How do we know what is real?
I was fortunate enough to have worked on the first 3 Matrix movies, at a time when visual effects was revolutionizing the movie business. Having the opportunity to work on another Matrix project and push technology yet again was really special. It was a privilege for us to bring the Matrix universe to a whole new generation of viewers and players. We wanted to show that high-end visuals at a massive scale were possible in a living, breathing, and believable open world. And we wanted to show that a player could be immersed in an exciting cinematic scene that would normally only be possible in a blockbuster film.
My pleasure.
What's been fantastic is seeing how a fully interactive set can change the process of filmmaking. In what can be described as life imitating art, we actually filmed the cinematic sections of the demo inside the Matrix city we had built, where our artists would drive cars, set up stunts, and place pyrotechnics all inside a fully simulated world. And because this is a simulation that can be recorded by Unreal, we can then place optimal cameras in the scene after the fact to give maximum cinematic impact. Unreal Engine 5 isn't just about making existing ways of doing things faster, it's about finding whole new approaches to transform the way content is made and experienced. Nanite micropolygon geometry allows for billions of triangles on the screen at any moment, and Lumen's real-time global illumination enables highly realistic lighting. They combine together to generate real-time content at a level that would have seemed like magic only a few years ago. For the building of the Matrix megacity, we didn't have a huge environment team, so we had to build it in a really smart and efficient way. We wanted to create a large-scale city with fidelity and complexity beyond what is typical in an open-world game. And for this, we deployed procedural content creation techniques, including partnering with our friends at Side Effects to use Houdini and Houdini Engine. Developer efficiency is a recurring theme that goes beyond Unreal Engine and into our other products. Metahumancreator and Qixel Megascans show how we're enabling creators to make very high-quality content more quickly than ever before. Pulling together the city for The Matrix Awakens and bringing it to life would have been impossible without these tools. Unreal Engine is revolutionizing how creators tell stories and how people experience them, enabling developers to leverage one set of assets for whatever type of content they can dream up, from games to linear animation, and even to live-action shows and movies. One of the most important aspects of creating the Matrix Awakens demo was our commitment to release the city as a sample content. We want to show in a step-by-step manner how we created this world together, and to provide a starting point for others to make their own worlds, tell stories, even build new games on top of this incredible digital city. Unreal Engine 5 is the foundation of next-gen content creation. So what are you waiting for? Go make something amazing.
Starting today, it's never been easier to bring your creative vision to life. We built UE5 by looking at each individual aspect and asking ourselves, what technical hurdles can we remove to help developers put creativity first? We redesigned the Unreal Editor UI, making it easier to use with a streamlined, modern look, keeping you inside the 3D world that you're building. And we built tools for animation and modeling directly into the editor, enabling developers to fine-tune and iterate on content in context without round trips to external packages. Lumen frees developers to create dynamic worlds with high-quality global illumination. Nanite relieves developers from worrying about draw call, polygon, and memory budgets from a geometry perspective. And our new open world tools allow developers to collaborate in a single massive level. And to get you building even faster, alongside UE5, we're shipping Lyra, a new starter game. It's a complete end-to-end networked multiplayer game project that is an excellent foundation to build a game upon without having to start from a blank slate. It's built from modular components, utilizes Epic Online services for matchmaking, and is designed to run on PC, console, and mobile. With Lyra, you can jump in, customize it, add new content, and begin playtesting from day one. To see how easy it is to build on top of Lyra, let's jump in the editor with Zach Parrish.
Okay, so here we are inside of the Unreal Editor, and this is the Lyra project. And this is the Expanse level, one of 3 different levels that ship with the Lyra project. And I'm just gonna jump right in and play the game. So I'll click the play button and boom, we're playing Lyra inside the editor. And I know there's a bot waiting for me up here, and he's gonna try to get the shotgun, and I can't let that happen because it won't go well for me. Come on, I can do this. Okay, well, saw that coming. It's probably gonna happen a lot throughout this demo. Now, what we're gonna be focusing on is how we can take this level and modify it and really start to make Lyra our own. But before we do that, I wanna call out the lighting. This level is lit primarily with just the sunlight. As a matter of fact, if I move the sun around, you can see how Lumen just takes that light and naturally bounces it around the scene. And the light is influenced by the surfaces it hits. So if I was to take the floor, for example, and just drag and drop a new material on it, like red, for example, you can now see there's red light bouncing around the scene. And if you really just want to crank it up to 11, I could drag and drop like this neon green color that I imported from the early 90s. And you can see that the sunlight hits that and floods the whole scene with green light. Now, I would never leave it that way because that looks awful. Now, in addition to bounced light, Lumen also allows us to illuminate our scenes using emissive materials. So here's a ball that has an emissive material on it, and it is casting light into the scene, but it's hard to see with all this sunlight. So let's just take the sun and tuck it up underneath the level. And now you can see that the ball actually is casting light, and there is no light actor there. This is all happening by way of the material, thanks to Lumen. In fact, if I take the material and change its color, we can change the color of the light. And if I increase that emissive value, we can actually flood the scene with more light and in the process make a sphere that's actually painful to look at. Now that light is dynamic. You can see as I move the ball around, that lighting is following along. So let's take a look at modifying our level. I'll just tuck the ball up here into the corner and let's bring the sun back. Now, Lyra was designed from the ground up for you to build your own games on. And to help with that, we've created a series of tools to help you out. So this looks like a regular static mesh of a window that I just duplicated off the back wall. But actually, this is a procedural mesh. So if I get it into the middle of the room and then right-click on it and go to Scripted Actor Actions, I can swap this out to its generated mesh. And now we can see a selection of handles that I can move around, and you see how that updates the object. So I can move the window around inside the shape. And if I go over to the details panel, I can increase the wall's width. We could increase its height. We could actually adjust, and you know what? Let's take the opening and we'll change it to make this into like a bunker that I can kind of hide behind to give me some protection from these bots. So we'll make that narrow, we'll slide it down a little bit. Maybe I'll increase the width by just a little. And when I'm done, I just need to convert this into a regular static mesh. I'll do that by clicking Generate New Static Mesh, and then right-click and choose Swap to Static Mesh, and boom, this is a mesh just like any other that you'd use to build a level. Now, of course, we're not limited to just duplicating existing meshes. If I wanted to, I can bring in fresh ones from the Tools menu that's included in the Lyra install, and you'll find that this is full of a series of these procedural tools that are all built using Blueprint on top of the already existing modeling tools in the Unreal Editor. So I can bring in this panel and just move this handle around to quickly drag out a ceiling for our little bunker. And if I'm happy with that, just right-click and swap that over to a static mesh. Now, I do need a way to get up here, which I'll admit, the whole thing was just an excuse for me to show you this really cool procedural stairway. So if I drag this in, check it out. I'm gonna rotate it around and aim it where it needs to go. And then we're gonna move it way far back, and obviously these stairs leave a little bit to be desired in terms of where they're going, but if I grab the handle in the upper corner, watch this. We can increase their length, and we can increase their height, and the system just automatically generates stairs for me. So boop, we'll just connect those right up, maybe make a couple of quick edits. There we go, that looks pretty good. And we can also make them wider, so we'll just slide that out like so. I don't know why it needed a sound effect, but for some reason I feel like it did. Now we can also change the number of stairs as well. So I can take the step height, and you can see I can adjust that. We can make these into floating stairs. Let's make sure that they are creating some collision. And I have to mention this because it makes me so fundamentally happy. But if you get right down on the stairs, we can actually turn on bevel, and we can add just a little bit of bevel to the edge of the stairs, which really helps when the light hits them just so. If we're done, if we're happy, we can just right-click and go back to Scripted Actor Actions, swap that out to a static mesh, and there we go. We've built a new part of the level. Of course, it does have this really cool prototyping grid material, but let's make it fit the scene just a little bit better. We'll add some color to it. We'll bring in some red for the top area, and we'll make the stairs blue, because that's what I have handy. And there we go. Now, it'd be great if I also had some armaments, and we have access to the entire gameplay library that makes Lyra. So here is a weapon spawner. And by the way, this is defined entirely in Blueprint. So if I wanted to open this up and change its behavior, I could. I wouldn't even have to write a line of code, but all I'm gonna do is change some settings. So let's take the weapon definition and we'll set that over to rifle, and I'll take the color and set it over to pink so that everybody knows that this is my rifle and I'm the only one who gets to use it. And if I wanted to, we could just test this out. So let's hit play, and I'll quickly run up the steps. And I know that bot is coming, I can feel it. Come on. Okay, oh, they went upstairs. All right, well, let's take our bunker. We'll grab our rifle. Now I got cover, here we go. Yeah, that's right, come on, come on. I don't know why I'm adding sound effects, I can't help it. But see, there you go, just like that, I was able to change the overall flow of the level from something very open and frenetic to some place where I have cover, where I can pick up a weapon and really try to control the situation. And I did that using procedural tools that are already included with Lyra. Now, of course, we're not limited to that. We have the entire Epic Games ecosystem. We have the Marketplace, we have Sketchfab, we have Qixel Bridge, there's even ArtStation, and you can bring in content from those and really make Lyra look like anything you want it to be. So here's a statue that we actually had from a previous project, so I could just drag this in. And of course, this looks great. It has a lot of fantastic detail, but it doesn't quite fit the overall flow of Lyra. So let's just fix that. I'll just drag a new material on it. Surely no art director would have a problem with that. But the point is that you can just add whatever content your heart desires and really start turning your Lyra levels into anything you want them to be. So now you've seen how you can build your own games and experiences inside of Lyra. And this was using just one of 3 modes available inside the project. We have Elimination, which is like a standard deathmatch. We have Control, which is like a capture and hold mode. And there's even Exploder, which is like a top-down party game. And all of this is available to you today.
That's great, Zach. Thanks. Even though this is the first release of UE5, we've made sure the engine is ready to ship projects from day one. We're proud of the demos we built to drive development of Unreal Engine 5. Lumen in the Land of Nanite, Valley of the Ancient for our early access release, and the Matrix Awakens, available to players around the world on Xbox Series X and Series S and PlayStation 5. But to really put the engine through its paces, last December, we shipped Chapter 3 of Fortnite on Unreal Engine 5 across all platforms: PC, PS4 and PS5, Xbox One, Series X and Series S, Nintendo Switch, and Android. We completed a rigorous process comparing the performance, memory, and stability of Fortnite on UE5 with Fortnite on UE4, and we were able to make the transition smoothly without any major modifications to Fortnite's code or content. And the Fortnite team was able to take advantage of the new editor and workflows in UE5. Having taken the plunge ourselves, you can be confident that UE5 is battle-tested and ready for production. Now, our goal has always been for all developers to be able to take advantage of UE5, whether you're already working in UE4 or starting anew. We made sure the path to transition from UE4 to 5 is straightforward and well-documented, so you can hit the ground running with all of the new features right away. This is just the beginning. Future updates will include new features, improvements, and optimizations. And we're arming you with an arsenal of libraries and additional tools to put the power of creation in your hands day one. To preview some of these incredible tools, let's go to our friends at Epic Stockholm in Sweden.
Hey everyone, Teddy here. High-quality photoreal content is incredibly expensive and time-consuming to create. Our mission is to bring you vast libraries of high-quality assets already made for you, and awesome tools for creating your own photoreal content and digital humans more quickly than ever before, so that you can concentrate on what matters most: creating amazing experiences. I founded Qixel over a decade ago with the vision to build Megascans, a massive library of ready-made photoreal assets to simplify digital world creation for developers, all built with state-of-the-art scanning technology. A single such asset contains millions of triangles, and in the past, making use of such high-fidelity content to create billion-polygon scenes was limited to the motion picture industry and could simply not be done in games. But now, with the advent of Unreal Engine 5 and nanite micro-polygon geometry, it's finally possible to use this movie-quality content as is to create real-time experiences that are indistinguishable from reality, regardless of which industry you're in. When Qixel joined Epic, we immediately made the entire Megascans library free for use with Unreal Engine and started work on integrating it into the engine itself to enable you to use all of these incredibly high-fidelity assets directly in Engine. With the release of Unreal Engine 5, you can now access the world's largest library of the highest quality scans for free, fully nanite compatible, without ever having to leave the editor. With a simple drag and drop, you can instantly stream in photoreal nanite content to build any world imaginable. And if you need even more assets and can't find what you need in the Megascans library or Unreal Engine Marketplace, we've joined forces with both ArtStation and Sketchfab, working to make millions of additional marketplace assets more accessible to developers. We're solving the problem of content creation at scale, with libraries of free assets and paid world-class assets from creators, featuring the best revenue share in the industry. Sometimes you might not find exactly the asset you're looking for and would like to create it yourself. But take it from me, scanning custom assets has always been incredibly hard work that requires a great deal of training, as well as specialized and expensive hardware and software. For this reason, we've been working to distill our scanning experience and technology into an easy-to-use phone app, bringing the gold standard of photogrammetry straight into your pocket. We're calling this app Reality Scan. It intelligently guides you through the scanning process in AR to ensure optimal quality, processes all data automatically in the cloud, and publishes the final asset straight to Sketchfab for use anywhere, all for free. Our goal is to make it as easy as possible for you to create and share your own custom photoreal content whenever you need it. For the exact same reason, we also released Metahumancreator, a free cloud-based app that empowers professionals as well as beginners to create photorealistic digital humans, complete with hair and clothing, in minutes. This used to be incredibly challenging and time-consuming, but now you can create your own digital humans at the quality of the best-looking games out there. So, by combining this incredible free creator ecosystem of best-in-class tools and movie-quality content with the power of Unreal Engine 5, creating amazing photoreal games and experiences has never been this easy. With all these new free tools, you'll be able to start building in exciting new ways developed by both you and the community as a whole. And to tell you more about another great community resource, here's Sjoerd.
Thank you, Teddy. The community of creators all over the world is something that is very dear to us at Epic. I started my personal journey when I first discovered Unreal Engine 23 years ago, when I was just 15 years old. I started creating levels for Unreal Tournament, joined its community, and it changed my life, as we've seen it do for so many others. We are excited to provide the engine and our whole ecosystem of tools to everyone, but we're equally thrilled to ensure that we equip creators with the knowledge and support you need to succeed, making it as easy as possible to find and share knowledge across the community. With the next generation of Unreal Engine launching, we have been working on a new community site, dev.epicgames.com/community. The site brings together a number of different community channels and tools to make it easy to find all of our resources in one place: learning content, forums, questions and answers, and code snippets. The Learning section is a centralized, fully open and accessible library of all kinds of courses, tutorials, live streams, and tech talks for you to browse through and read or watch. And what I really like is that anyone can write tutorials and contribute to this library of content through an easy-to-use tutorial editor that lets you freely build up your page using text, image, video, and code widgets. If, for example, you discover how to do amazing procedural animation using Control Rig to add secondary motion to your characters, you can share those learnings with other devs. The Unreal Engine forums have been fully integrated in order to give you a space to showcase your cool projects, discuss things with other devs, or to find solutions from others. There is also the Snippet Repository to share and store snippets of code such as C++ and Python, or text-based assets such as blueprint, materials, meta sounds, and so on. For example, in the Lyra starter game, one of our devs made a blueprint setup that measures the running speed of the player and then uses that to drive reactive music via meta sounds. If you have an interesting setup like that, you could simply copy and paste that from the Unreal Editor to the snippets on the site, and by doing so, store things you would like to remember, or more importantly, share with others so that they can use your work as a foundation. And lastly, activity is captured and represented through your profile that you can personalize to represent who you are and what you create. If you're looking to up your skills, or if you have questions and you need help with something, or perhaps simply to show your awesome work or discoveries, come and join us in the Unreal Engine community at dev.epicgames.com/community. I'm always so inspired by all the amazing work that is being created by everyone around the world. We count ourselves fortunate to be able to give back to our amazing community in the form of mega grants and fellowship programs. Today, we are proud to highlight some of the astounding work being produced by the community, and here's just a sample of all that amazing work.
It is awesome to see so many inspiring projects from game developers, filmmakers, and creators of animated entertainment lifting up their voices and vision through the power of Unreal Engine. We are thrilled to confirm that all of the amazing studios you see here are a part of the Unreal Engine 5 community, which continues to grow every day. This represents an insanely talented population of creative and technical talent spanning thousands of people across the planet who are working on just about any and every type of project you can think of. And many of these teams are hiring. This year officially marks 20 years of Unreal Engine on Xbox, along with unprecedented adoption of Unreal Engine across Microsoft's internal teams who are building games that the industry will be talking about for the next 5, 10, 15 years. And that leads us to a world-class studio that is very dear to Epic. The Coalition, the team behind the Gears franchise. They have been instrumental in helping the rubber meet the road where it really counts. It is my pleasure to turn it over to Kate Rayner and Colin Penty.
We've been working with Unreal Engine 5 for over a year now, and we've already seen a lot of the benefits.
Our relationship with Epic has really impacted positively the Gears of War franchise, whether it's collaboration or calls about various systems or contributing code. We've been creating numerous prototypes and demos, and we're happy to show you some of the results today.
What you're seeing now is our Alpha Point demo. It was an early access demo that we showed at GDC in 2021. There are a few different components, an abbreviated character cinematic, and an early large world technical test.
The open world tech test was built to test a few things. It was built to test the landscape system, how does it react with nanite, how does world partition streaming function, and how do these all come together and perform on Xbox. So Metahumans came out about halfway through our character rendering visual tech test demo. And so we immediately sort of stopped what we were doing for a bit, took a look at Metahumans, and wanted to see how it could augment our existing character that we were building. And so we pulled things like materials from Metahumans and eyeballs and teeth and bring it all together and just see what level of fidelity we could hit, throwing all the latest tech in Unreal Engine 5 at it.
This cinematic demo brings the character quality of the new rendering systems, the environment technologies, the new Lumen rendering system, all together to create a real-time cinematic experience that goes beyond anything that we've done in the past.
I'm personally very proud of them. They were all sort of labors of love for myself and the art team and engineering teams, and really opened our eyes towards what the next gen quality visual bar could be. And so it was a huge learning experience for us, and I think it actually set us up really well when Epic came and asked for help on the Matrix Awakens demo.
The fact that we were able to ship this experience on Xbox Series S with all the same features, including ray tracing, that we had on the Xbox Series X at such a high quality level is really amazing. With the launch of Unreal Engine 5, what I'm most excited for is the developer efficiency that we have for our team. We really are able to deliver a AAA experience that we've always wanted to without the compromises.
Unreal Engine 5, I feel like, is a huge game changer, and I feel like we haven't fully even realized how much of a game changer it's going to be. It basically democratizes game development across the world. And yes, there's accelerations for AAA developers like ourselves, but it also is a great entry point for indie dev studios. And so I think it furthers along Unreal Engine 4's vision of everyone can build a project and build a game, and I think it's going to change the entire industry.
Thanks so much, Kate and Colin. The work across Microsoft and the Coalition make Unreal Engine better for everyone. CD Projekt Red are experts in open world game design, with The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk 2077 combining freedom of exploration with compelling storytelling in unparalleled fashion. Through a new partnership with Epic, CD Projekt Red is building a brand new Witcher saga with UE5.
Our cooperation with Epic has just started. It was the shift towards open world support that brought Unreal Engine 5 to our attention.
So there was one demo that happened last year that was the medieval environment demo, where at one point there's a notice board that looks strangely familiar to things we've done in the past that has even a sign that says Monster Slayer Wanted. And I'm like, are they trying to tell us, come over to Unreal Engine, look how great your games could look on there? Was that whole demo made with that nefarious purpose? I don't know, but it definitely caught my eye.
This opens a new chapter for us where we really want to see how our experience in building open world games gets combined with all the engineering power of Epic.
One of the things that is really important to keep in mind when talking about open world games versus, let's say, more linear games is the possibilities of the things that can go wrong, or the scenarios that you have to consider are exponentially higher than linear games. Players can go in whatever direction that they want. They can handle content in any order that they want, theoretically. And to really encapsulate that means that you need a really stable environment where you can be able to make changes with a high level of confidence that it's not going to break in 1,600 other places down the line.
Unreal Engine is like a toolbox which has a lot of features, a lot of solutions already there that allow teams to just try new stuff. The fact that Unreal is used by a lot of teams already in the world, a lot of perspectives are projected into the design of the tools, and that helps the tool to be way more agile. So all in all, it's a really, really cool technology to prototype and make environments really quickly, really beautiful, and very realistic.
Epic and CD Projekt Red are the two companies that really want to achieve something great. We won't stop just by developing some features. We won't stop there. Yeah, we will continue to work together to achieve something extraordinary in the end.
Thank you to the CD Projekt Red team for providing this great insight into why you are placing your bets on UE5. We've touched upon how great storytellers are turning to Unreal, and this applies to many different disciplines. Whether you're a game designer or a cinematographer, that common language, that real-time parlance, is Unreal Engine 5. Few people understand this better than Aaron Sims.
Unreal Engine 5 allows for a creative to be able to create anything that they've dreamed of into reality. After being in the industry for over 3 decades, I've seen a lot of changes in the visual effects industry. I've seen a lot of great innovations, but there's been nothing like Unreal Engine 5. I think it's still new to the community in some ways as far as looking at it as a storytelling tool. A lot of people think of it as a game tool or other things, and I think that there's so much capacity for storytelling. So what was exciting working on Valley of the Ancient, it was our first look at Unreal Engine 5. And all the different tools were amazing. But the control rig is one aspect that I think is really exciting. It's so important to actually have realistic movement. Not only the look and feel and the lighting of the character, but the movement has to be realized in a way that, as the audience, you believe them. And so you have all the tools using control rig, the face rig, and being able to use mocap, for me, was a lifesaver. And to be able to bring it in Engine and just rework a few things here and there, and I was done all in Unreal, is pretty amazing. The great thing, again, about Unreal, it's a lot of fun to be able to play within that sandbox. And what's also important is to be able to have access to assets. The marketplace is a great resource. There's a lot of free content, and we, as a matter of fact, actually added to that library, and it's a creature from our film called the Eye Calendek. Metahumans created this ability to have an artist tell their story with a human character and believe them. The fact that the shaders and the textures, the skin, is very realistic. And even the hair and the eyes and everything have really taken the human character to the new level. When you thought about making a film or making a story, I think those limits that used to be, you can actually put those away. The fact that a small group of people can create stunning worlds that are believable and characters that have so much emotion and be able to tell compelling stories. There's nothing like Unreal Engine 5. It's an artist's dream.
Thanks, Aaron. We are blown away by your work, and the sky is the limit moving forward. We are thrilled to be working with so many incredible partners who are using Unreal Engine 5 to move the state-of-the-art forward. In fact, we have one more friend to introduce.
Thanks, Dana. Crystal Dynamics is proud to be a part of the launch of Unreal Engine 5. This new engine translates into next-level storytelling and gameplay experiences. And that's why we are thrilled to announce today that we have just started development of our next Tomb Raider game, powered by Unreal Engine 5. Our goal is to push the envelope of fidelity and to deliver the high-quality cinematic action-adventure experience that fans deserve from both Crystal Dynamics and the Tomb Raider franchise. We can't wait to take this journey together. Thank you, and congratulations again to the Epic Games team.
Wow, thanks, Dallas. We can't wait to see what the next chapter of Tomb Raider holds. So at the end of this very exciting hour, let's recap. Unreal Engine 5 is out and available today, in addition to the Lyra starter game, an awesome project you can use to build and ship your first UE5 game, not to mention thousands of free assets from the Matrix Awakens, buildings, metahumans, vehicles, everything you need to get going building dynamic open worlds. All of this is free to download and use, and be sure to check out the brand new Community Hub for even more resources and to help you get going and connect with other developers. Let's build the future together.
Hello, I'm Jérôme Plateau, the art director of the Special Project team. Welcome to the talk Matrix Awakens, Creating a World. Epic has been pushing the limit of real-time rendering and demonstrating that Unreal Engine can be used for many types of projects, from interactive experience to linear content. This year, we have created the experience named Matrix Awakens. Let's look at the teaser and then I'll go over the goals and the ideas behind the project.
Hi, I'm Thomas Anderson. Like many of you, I work with computers. But computers are also mirrors, reflecting back who and what we are in the choices we make, the worlds we build. You still got it.
Okay, so let's go over the goals. First of all, we want to make sure Unreal Engine is ready for open world experience. Being able to stream large environments and have all the tools ready to manage such a big amount of data. Then, of course, we want to use Nanite and Lumen for man-made environment like a city. We also have to create a new mass AI system to populate the world with crowd and car traffic. Then we use the meta sound system to bring everything to life. Like every year, we want to keep pushing our metahuman technology, like the way we render it and also the way we capture it. Then we want to keep pushing our physics system Chaos to simulate the car physics, the crashes, and the destructions. Another important part is that we wanted to utilize the gameplay system to generate cinematic content. For example, the cinematic artists could use the playable cars and record themselves driving around the city and use those texts for cinematic shots. We also wanted to push our procedural tools and workflow so that a relatively small team can generate and populate a large-scale environment. Then, we wanted this incredible experience to run on consumer hardware and put it in people's hands. We had to make sure that everybody who owns the next-gen consoles can see what Unreal Engine is capable of, and prove that those innovative technologies are available right now for anybody who wants to use Unreal Engine 5 for their project. Over the years, we've been creating tech demos to showcase the latest engine features, but most importantly, is to make sure that those new tools have been tested on real production. Now that we have established the goals, let's see what are the ideas behind the demo. We got in touch with Lana Wachowski just before she started to film The Matrix Resurrection. We talked about the project with her, and she was ready to jump on it right after she finished filming the movie. The Matrix universe was a perfect match for us to talk about the future of graphics and simulated world. The key part was that we wanted to blur the lines between cinema and game. The experience starts with a mix of real-time cinematic and live-action photography. Then, little by little, we added more and more gameplay. Then we finished on the open world, where the player can go back and explore the entire city where the experience just happened. Now that the demo has been published and Unreal Engine 5 has been released, we want to give away the entire city to the Unreal Engine community. You can download the full project in the Epic Launcher in the Unreal Engine Marketplace. All the assets are available for free and you can reuse them for your own project. Let's go over a few numbers. The city is made of thousands of modular pieces. Those pieces have on average 50,000 to 500,000 polygons. All the assets are nanite, except when they are being deformed or need to have transparent shaders. On the texture side, we try to stick with 4K texture resolution. If we need more resolution, we break the UVs into several Udems and add more 4K textures. All the textures are converted to virtual textures. And of course, like most of our projects, we try to leverage the awesome Megascan library. I'm going to hand it over to Voj, who is going to dive deeper into the project.
Hello, my name is Vach Levi. I'm a senior technical artist in the Special Projects group at Epic Games. Today, I'm going to take you on a tour of the asset and content pipeline we used to create the city in The Matrix Awakens.
The first thing we did was discuss what we wanted the city to look like.
an urban cityscape with tall skyscrapers and 2 main city sections. We wanted a detail-rich city with a variety of iconic buildings throughout the city. We drew inspiration from San Francisco, Chicago, and New York. We looked for buildings with intricate detail at both the bird's eye and also at the street level. We also wanted buildings we could mix and match using the upper section of one building with the lower section of another. We also identified specific building and street props, signage that we liked, awnings, anything that we could fit onto the facade wall of a building. We identified 24 unique buildings, 10 Chicago, 8 New York, and 6 San Francisco themed. We also included one building from the Qixel Megascans library to ensure our system and tools would work with module buildings from any source. With our buildings and props identified, the next step is to build a content library in Unreal. This library would feed the Houdini-based procedural city generator. The results of the city generator would then be brought back into Unreal to create the final city result. We now break down our asset pipeline into its individual components. We have our content library, which feeds the Houdini city generator. We then return into Unreal, where we spawn the results of the city generator. The first assets we started building in the content library were our buildings. Utilizing Nanite, we wanted to capture as much geometry detail as possible. We included building imperfections, wear, damage, and bevels in the base geometry, no displacement required. All this detail meant it would be prohibitive to construct the buildings as a single static mesh. The triangle count would be incredibly high, and while Nanite could handle the triangle counts, a single static mesh would limit our ability to create building variations. We went back to the reference and took a closer look in keeping the ideal Nanite workflow in mind. Buildings have a lot of repetition in windows and walls and are a perfect case for instancing. We wanted to be able to reuse the buildings as much as possible to create detail and variation across the city. We devised a plan to slice the buildings into individual modular components. If we slice them just right, we would be able to instantiate the modules into an unlimited amount of unique building shapes. So we took the reference images and started defining the modules required to make the buildings. We organized the modules by level with a consistent cut line. All modules within a level would be exactly the same height. It's just a construction block game. Super easy, right? Well, buildings are complex and have a lot of unique features. And it's these features that make our reference buildings look interesting. To capture all the detail requires a lot of unique modules. While slicing up the buildings, we started to realize that even the simple buildings had hidden complexity. Real-world buildings are built to fit within a specific terrain or location. We found that features in the building often varied from one side of the building to the other. From a distance, the modules all appear to be the same size. But actually, many modules that look the same are many feet different in width. And none of the buildings had a base module size that matched a consistent grid. We reduced the overall module count by consolidating modules with similar size. We merged columns and windows, or made double-wide modules whenever possible. We felt it was the variety of detail and the inconsistencies of size and shapes that made these reference buildings look interesting. So we strived to retain all modules with differences in detail so that we could recreate the buildings as close to the original as possible using our base modules. Once we had all the module shapes defined for a building style, we used a custom-built module template generator to create a proxy version of each module. The template generator also allowed for defining additional metadata for the module, including module name, variation, floor, and dimensions. All the module templates are organized into a building kit that represents all the modules required to recreate the building. We used these templates as a starting point to create each building style and began prototyping the procedural building. We also use these template modules as a starting point in Maya to create high-resolution geometry. The templates represented the base shape and dimensions of the module, but not necessarily the bounding box of the module. Additional features could push out from the bounds of the template geometry. This is why we opted to use dimensions derived from the template geometry rather than rely on bounding boxes of the high-resolution geometry for module dimensions. Many of the buildings have hundreds of template modules and hundreds of high-res modules. In order to keep our assets consistent and our team sane, we developed a custom importer to batch import the building modules, create the necessary folder structures, and create and assign material instances for each module. For more information on this tool, please check out our talk on building look development. In total, we created 24 unique buildings for a combined 2,333 unique high-res meshes, 2,558 unique textures, and a whopping 5,707 material instances. It's a lot of data, and we needed a way to keep it all organized. I've mentioned kits a few times so far. So what the heck is a kit? Think of it like a lens kit or a shaving kit. A kit is a single location to organize all of the building modules, a quick way to review the module's geometry, the look development, and to see how all the pieces fit together to make a building. These kits lasted the entire life of the project and were used as the work area to develop the buildings. So what exactly are the building modules? We defined a base set of modules: corner, wall, and entrance. This base set can be used to create any basic building. We also added some additional modules required to lay out more complex facades. Wall caps are designed to finish off a repeating wall module segment and are often polarized for the left or right side of the building. Transition modules sit in between two modules that may be offset from each other. They are also designed to be scaled to fit gaps. Pillars and columns are specific features that may go between window or wall modules and should not be scaled at all. Corners are broken into a few separate modules. The base corner modules are interior and exterior and are required for buildings with 90-degree or square corners. We also defined split left and right corner modules to support acute and obtuse corners. Split corners seem like a perfect solution. However, they only work for flat edge corners. Details that extend past the corner will penetrate on obtuse angles and will create gaps on acute angles. To avoid gaps, we developed a new corner type we call corner caps. Corner caps act almost like a hinge and are aligned to the average angle of both the left and right wall segments. In most cases, we were able to reuse 90-degree corners as corner caps. But on building styles with lots of facade detail, we had to create custom corner caps. We also found that corner caps offered another level of additional detail and variation, especially on building targets that contain lots of corners. Now that we have all our building modules defined, we need to assemble them to create a facade. We wanted artists to have control over how the facades would be procedurally generated, so we created an expression language we called shape grammar that describes the construction of a facade wall. Shape grammar allows for explicit placement of building modules, but also supports repeating segments, looping segments, and defining which modules can be scaled. Shape grammar also supports describing vertical segments of a building. Ground level, in blue, is the base of a building and is explicitly placed. Red segments are also explicitly placed and cannot be repeated. Green levels can be repeated. The last level in purple is a topper and placed to finish the vertical segment at the top of the building. The vertical shape grammar defines which levels can be repeated, which part of the building can be split into different styles, and how to finish a wall segment by placing a topper module. To find out more about shape grammar, check out our procedural tech talk. To achieve aesthetic placement of building props, we opted to hand place prop anchors on modules. Props are registered to modules in groups that allow for random selection of a prop anchor during procedural city generation. Props are organized by type: awning, light fixture, sign, and by brand: bank, burger joint, hotel, in our prop library. When a building is procedurally generated, a random prop brand is selected for the building facade. When an individual prop is placed on a building, a random selection of variations is chosen from each prop type. Keeping track of module metadata became incredibly important. As mentioned earlier, bounding box dimensions alone are not a reliable method to determine module size. We use the Houdini template generator to create all the module metadata and store the module information. Houdini Engine converted the module attributes to tags and stored them on the static mesh object, where the metadata could be easily retrieved later down in the pipeline. Pivot location is also a critical path and crucial to keep consistent. We decided to place the pivot on the left side of a module, aligned to the forward leading edge of a wall facade. With the pivot aligned to the wall, we would always know where the wall existed on the facade. However, this did create some challenges. For modules that did not have a forward-facing wall, like a recessed entrance or a stepped back wall, we still place the pivot where the phantom wall would have been. All of the module information, including shape grammar and level grammar, is recorded in a JSON formatted building definition file. This file was saved externally from Unreal Engine and used by Houdini to construct a procedural building. We thought of the PDF files as the building style, as it represented everything required to construct a building of a particular style. So far in the asset pipeline, we have defined how the building modules and the building props content was created. We have imported into Unreal and organized the content into kits. We have assigned metadata and registered props to the building modules and generated a building definition file that contains all the information required to define a building style. At this point, we are ready to send the file over to the procedural system and generate a building. Procedural buildings can be generated in both Houdini and Unreal Engine using the City Building Generator, HDA. We relied heavily on the building generator in Unreal Engine at all phases of building development to ensure our modeling, materials, and lookdev was set up to work properly in the procedural system. Please check out the procedural city generation for more talk on the building generator. We also hand-authored collections of props to scatter around the city at street level and on the rooftops of buildings. We called these hand-authored assets biomes. We hand-authored the biomes using a new Unreal Engine 5 feature called Level Instant Packed Blueprints. Packed blueprints can be created from any selection of actors. The selection is exported into a newly created level that contains only the selection, and a packed blueprint is generated from that level, all automatically. All actors are converted to ISM components within the packed blueprint. A really nice feature in this workflow is the ability to place a packed blueprint in a level and then edit it in place. We use the packed blueprint workflow to author all biomes, hero buildings, and hero areas of the city. Hero buildings and biomes are also fed into the city generator for procedural placement around the city. With our source content pipeline complete, we are now ready to generate all the buildings in the city. To see how that's done, check out the procedural tech talk. Once the city is generated, a point cloud is saved into an Alembic file. We call the Alembic file a PBC as it only contains point information and any procedurally generated geometry required to create the buildings, streets, and collision objects. It's not a fully formed Alembic file that contains the full city. It's just points and data. We bring this PBC back into Unreal and spawn the city using the rule processor. Spawning the city is a complex task. The city contains thousands of buildings, props, roads, decals, biomes, information to build a traffic system, parked cars, and place audio around the city. It's a tremendous amount of information. So how did we spawn the city and manage all of these actors? Welcome to Open World. Open World is a new set of tools in Unreal Engine 5 that allow for managing large, complex worlds and for efficiently streaming these worlds at runtime. The two main features in the new Open World Toolkit are World Partition and one file per actor. World Partition is a grid system that allows for the loading and unloading of actors in Editor and spatially at runtime. It removes the necessity of sublevels and complex logic to set up when areas of the world are active. One file per actor separates the connection between actors and levels and allows for multiple people to work on a level at the same time. One file per actor also works in conjunction with World Partition to enable loading and unloading of individual actors. World Partition also introduces a new organizational system called data layers. Data layers are essentially a way to group content with a common label that can be toggled on or off and streamed at runtime when World Partition streaming cells are turned on or off. In the editor, World Partition improved workflows and iteration times massively for our content team by allowing them to only load the streaming cells and data layers that they needed at any given moment. One file per actor stores each actor in the map as its own file on disk, which means when we edit the world, data contention between team members is at a minimum because only a minimal set of data is locked. For instance, I'd only have to load the single cell or data layer containing the stop sign and check out only that one actor to make the change. And I wouldn't have to lock other folks out of an entire sublevel. Level instances are also a new feature in World Partition. They offer a level-based workflow that facilitates the porting of non-world partition worlds into a world partition system. They offer a fast workflow for creating pack blueprints. Pack blueprints are great because they allow artists to abstract work from the main world partition map and work in an isolated area, creating content that can then be brought into the world partition map and edited in context. The large city is roughly 4 kilometers square. This is not a constraint of open world. We chose the city size for creative reasons only. There are a total of 101,959 actors in the world partition map. This count does not include traffic, crowds, or any other runtime elements. This number represents individual actors saved as 1 file per actor. Total instances contained in all ISM components is 8,556,732. This is all the building modules, props, stickers, roads, traffic lights, decals, everything that is instantiated in the city. Data layers are split into runtime and editor components. Runtime data layers have the ability to be controlled by logic at runtime, and editor data layers are used for world management in editor only and have no runtime overhead. World partition for the large city is set up with a main grid and 2 HLOD grids. The main grid contains everything within 128 meters from the player. This includes all the original actors that are placed in editor. Data layers can be used to control the loading and unloading of actors at runtime. HLOD 0, represented in blue, is the grid range extending up to 768 meters. All cells within the range from 128 meters to 768 will load HLOD 0 with respect to data layers. HLOD 0 contains 4 actors that are generated per cell. All the actors in the main grid cell are merged into 4 separate actors and consolidated into ISM components. This reduces the overall actor count and improves streaming of the cells. Since HLOD 0 is generated from the main grid actors, whenever a change is made to the actors in the main grid, HLOD 0 will need to be regenerated. We used an automated process to regenerate HLOD 0 every night. HLOD 1, represented in red, is visible past the 768 meter range and is always loaded in memory. HLOD 1 takes all the static meshes in a cell and merges them into a single nanite mesh. Just like HLOD 0, any changes to the main grid will require regeneration of HLOD 1. All handcrafted and procedurally generated buildings are constructed using ISM components. This reduced overall actor count in the city and improved streaming performance. We did split all the buildings into upper and lower sections to improve collision. The lower, ground section of a building uses articulate collision objects per building module to allow for detailed collision. This allows players to walk into recessed entrances of buildings and also walk through covered hallways and corridors. These collision objects are nested within the static mesh for each module and instanced along with the module inside the ISM component. For the upper section of buildings, we disabled collision on the building modules. A separate primitive collision object that represented the entire collision section is placed as a separate actor. This allowed for only evaluating a single primitive collision object for the entire upper section of a building. To improve ray tracing performance, we set up ray tracing groups per building. This helped optimize the Lumen surface cache and allows all the pieces of a building to be called together. When setting up the groups, avoid including sparse objects. The goal of the group is to group objects that are close together. To further improve ray tracing performance, we made sure there was very little overlap of meshes. Hardware ray tracing gets slow when meshes are kit-bashed together and have lots of internal occlusions and penetrations. We booleaned all of our building modules to remove any dirty geo. Lumen traces mesh instances close to the camera, and then relies on HLOD 1 for everything else, allowing GI over huge distances. Now that we understand open world, it's time to set up the rule processor and spawn the city. The rule processor is a set of tools that allow for importing point data via an Alembic file. This point data could come from any source, For this project, we exported Alembic point data from Houdini and also from Unreal Engine for use with the rule processor. The rules can be very simple. For each point, spawn an actor. Or the rules can be complex. If a point is an upper-level building module, assign it to the building data layer, disable collision, and set the window primitive data. The rule processor is fast and able to process millions of points very quickly. We were able to respawn the entire city around 50 times throughout the project. And often, we respawn the entire city multiple times per day. We set up multiple rules for ingesting the city based on how we wanted to organize actors in the world. Buildings have a set of very specific rules that are different from actors that make up the roads and freeways. Setting up separate rules for different assets that made up the city allowed us to only regenerate those specific assets when things changed, further speeding up the process. The rule processor keeps track of actors that have been spawned and automatically cleans up old actors. It's also smart and recycles actors to reduce adds and deletes when using source control. The rule processor is also able to look up metadata key values and apply that data to actors as attribute overrides. This was helpful for setting up actors with specific needs like mesh decals and collision objects. The metadata required for setting up the interior windows was also procedurally generated and set up on actors as per instance primitive data. The city is spawned and ready for gameplay. This project was an absolute joy to work on. Before coming to Epic, I worked in the film industry for 20 years, and this is the first project I've worked on that didn't rely on a render farm to produce final frames. Working with assets at this level of detail, fidelity, and complexity in real time was something I never would have imagined was possible just a few years ago. And every time I fire up my workstation and open up this city map, it blows my mind what we're able to do now. Thanks for watching this video. And if you want to know more about how this city was produced, please check out our procedural tech talk.
Hey, I'm Scott Clifford, and I'm a principal technical artist in the Special Projects group at Epic Games. In this section, I'll be showing you some of the techniques as well as Unreal Engine 5 features that contributed to the look and feel of the Matrix Awakens city environment. Okay, fellow friends of Unreal, here we go. As we narrowed in on the content for the Matrix Awakens, we were faced with populating a city with buildings. We wanted these buildings not only to have the complex model detail we can support with Nanite, but also high levels of realistic shading detail across a variety of architectural styles. So we start, as all good lookdev does, with some photo reference of the style of a building that fits the project. Here's an example of the entrance of a building we chose for reference. This building not only needs to look good from this scale, but it needs to look good at the scale of a city. It also needs to look good from a human scale, and possibly even from an arm's length scale. Oh yeah, and there are 18 buildings that we've scouted and would like to include in our city. As Vach spoke about earlier, after we break the building down, we're not talking about just shading a building. We're talking about shading modular pieces of a building. For instance, good old building CHD has 72 modules in its kit. But that's kind of a simple building. CHC has 226 modules. And NYA, 485 modules. So we end up with over 2,000 individual pieces of buildings that need shading. Challenge accepted. Our goals are to minimize repetition, create textures for thousands of module assets with a small team, accommodate all possible module arrangements, and maintain our PBR values in our final materials. Not so fast. Anytime we want to do look dev, we need to have a calibrated lighting setup that we trust to make judgments about the work we're doing. This is a topic that could be its own tech talk in itself, but some of the things that we consider are what kind of HDRI we're using for our sky illumination, what is the key fill ratio of the sun to the sky, and how does that relate to what we see in the HDRI, what are our post-process volume settings, and many other details that you can check out in the City Sample asset pack where we include this calibrated lighting setup. So now let's break down the look. When doing look dev on a model, we can break the process down into 3 distinct phases. The first phase is where we address the base substance. What is this model made of? Then we break it down to the manufacturing process. How has the process that this building was made or assembled with affected its look? Finally, how has the environment changed this building since it's been manufactured? So let's start with our base substance. Base substances are created by gathering a library of tiling textures that we start with from Qixel Megascans. We adjust these textures to possibly remove repetition or add features, and then we export them as packed 4K RGBA images. We import these images as virtual streaming textures into the engine. When we use virtual streaming textures, we remove limits on the number of textures that we have in memory, so we're free to call as many textures as we want, and then we can manage that texture performance by tuning the streaming pool size per compression type. We then can create a UE material where we apply these textures as world-aligned or triplanar, and we use realistic scaling to maintain the detail at a believable scale. So here we are. We get our first glimpse of where we're going. The building modules are assembled into coherent buildings where we can start to test our work in our calibrated lighting level. Warning! Even though we don't have anything close to a finished material here, it's important that we start to sanity check our albedo, roughness, specular, and other values with each layer of the material. I like to do this by keeping the pixel inspector open and comparing what the reference values for things like base color and the G buffer are to values that I know. So this is where we are. Doesn't look great, but we have a starting point. So let's give ourselves a check for our base substance and move on to our manufacturing. The manufacturing details, such as mortar lines and block color variation, can be derived from two block pattern maps. Block variation, which gives each brick in the pattern a different value, and mortar lines, which shows where the blocks are joined. At this point, we could decide to fire up a 3D paint package, hand off these textures, and have our poor texture artists paint these maps onto all 2,000 building modules. However, what we'd end up with is every module having the same pattern in every place it's used. This doesn't give us variation when the same module is used many times in a building, which was one of the goals we started with. So maybe there's another way. Before we get to that, we also added a couple crevice masks to the block patterns where staining or drips might be heavier. We'll use these later when we consider how fabrication details affect the environment's influence on our look. So we take our block pattern textures and combine them into a single 4K packed texture using BC7 texture compression. We use this compression to try to maintain as much detail in each channel and avoid channels bleeding together during the compression process. We carefully inspect all our reference and determine that we would need a collection of 5 stone block patterns and 3 brick patterns to cover the architectural style found in our city. But how are we going to store all these patterns? Let's talk about Udem Textures for a second. Udem is simply an automatic UV offset system that assigns an image into a specific UV tile. So the mapping between the number that is found in the image file name is then used to offset that image into UV space. This allows us to use multiple low-resolution texture maps, producing a higher resolution result without using a single ultra-high resolution image. UE supports Udem texture imports and stores them as virtual textures. We take our block patterns, and each pattern gets 10 variations in a 2x5 grid. Each variation has identical bricks at the left and right edges. This is going to help solve the problem of building modules that are aligned next to each other. We line up these 2x5 grids in a single 10x5 Udem virtual texture. It's time to UV the modules. What we do here is a trim sheet approach where we carefully unwrap our modules and lay out the UV islands on our giant Udem block pattern with the goal of producing modules with fabrication details that can seamlessly tile with multiple different neighbors. We lay out all islands in the bottom row. They will be procedurally offset into the other variation rows in the material. We use style columns that are 2 tiles wide, so module islands could be large and cross the border of 2 tiles. Most modules use 2 to 3 types of block to achieve the right structure. Now, in our material, we add functionality to use these block pattern Udem textures for mortar line color, also for per block base substance variations of color and normal. We use per instance random to pick different rows of Udems and remove block variation and repetition. We end up with 4 Udem virtual textures that provide all the brick and block patterning for all 2,000 plus building modules. Using 4K tiles for the block pattern Udem provides very high textile density for fine details like mortar lines, which can be seen in the image on the left. Being creative with the UV layout allows artists to add complex structure to very intricate geometry, and variation is automatically built in to every building. So, let's see how we're doing. Here's our reference against our first 2 layers of our material, which include the base substance and the manufacturing detail. Not bad. So let's give ourselves a check for that, and we'll move on to the final layer, which is the environment influence on our building. For this, we lay out an additional standard set of UVs and use a constant texel tensity across all Udem tiles. We recommend to use constant tile size. We did not do this, where we had some tiles in our Udems which were 4K and some were 2K, which becomes difficult to track as the textures go between different departments. So we recommend you choose one size, say 4K, and have every image in your Udem be that size. Also, thoughtful layout of Udems can be used to pass information into materials. For instance, on the right you can see that we've broken down our materials into stone on the bottom, painted materials in the middle, and glass on the top. So now that we have our UVs, we can go ahead and bake some textures. First, we bake a set of utility signals per module that include multiple AO distances, curvature, world space position, and other signals. We process these utility signals in a DCC and output our environment masks, which we then pack into a single texture. We pay attention to how these signals behave near module borders because we don't want neighboring modules to have sharp lines between them. We also can use a low texel density because our details will be added in the material. So here you see our crevice occlusion, edge wear, drips, and broad occlusion. This makes up our packed environment mask. Every building module needs one, so there are 2,000 of them. Luckily, since this process can be automated, no artists were harmed in the making of this texture. So now that we have our texture, we can continue to build our material. We use the packed env mask with multiple scales of world-aligned tiling detail and macro breakup. We create material functions for all of our environmental influences, including grime and drips. Here's a glimpse at that environment material. You can see that we use material attributes to layer the manufacturing and environmental layers over the base. You can see this by the one spine that kind of travels through the graph from left to right below. We use material functions along this spine to share these layers between different materials. For instance, here's our drips material function in the upper right. So let's check back in with where we are. We started here, and now we're here. Just a reminder that aside from the precise UVs needed for the block details, everything else you see here is handled procedurally. No hand painting, no placing decals. Here's a glimpse of where we are with our building material at a few different scales. So let's go ahead and give ourselves that last check for our environment layer of our material. Now that we have our building material, we need to assign that material to all of our instances. We start with the global material at the top level, which is the parent of everything below. We then add instances at the global level to set parameters that might be changed across every block material in the whole show. We also add an instance to set the kind of textures, for instance limestone in this case, and then we add another layer which sets a color. We then add an instance at the building level. If we wanted to change the color specifically of CHJ, we would address that here. There are 18 of these, one for each building. We then add an instance at the kit level, which allows us to make changes per floor of buildings. Finally, we have an instance for every module in which we set the specific environment packed texture that we need to use for that module. There are over 2,000 of these, one for every building module. So, with this many modules, one might ask, how do we get all of this data into the engine? We've automated this process by using an asset ingest editor utility widget. This widget relies on a rigid source folder structure for FBX and PNG files. It then provides the actions of importing static meshes, textures, building material hierarchies, and assigning textures to material instances. Once we completed our building material and began to examine it when we put it into the world, we noticed there was a bit of a disconnect between the bottom of the buildings and the sidewalks. We addressed this by building a flat skirt mesh for all building modules. These meshes were then placed procedurally by the building generator prop system. So let's move on to our window interiors. Here you can see an example of what we created. The technique we employed begins with interior mapping, which is used to fake 3D geometry with parallax on flat 2D cards. On the left, you see some typical interior mapped rooms. These are from RoboRecall. On the right, you can see our Matrix Awakens office interiors, which include simulated 3D furniture and non-uniform room size. So let's compare some techniques to achieve this look. On the left, you can see a fake room using interior mapping only, and on the right, there's the actual geometry. If we do a capture of the interior geometry and use bump offset, we get an effect that appears to have the objects floating in the middle of the room, but they still seem rather flat. We can use parallax occlusion to give these objects some depth, but there are still some pretty bad extrusion artifacts. We came up with what we call the 3D print method to improve these techniques. Let's break that down. In the 3D print method, we start from the back and do a bump offset for each layer. We test for depth intersection and iterate forward through slices, and then we dither those slices together. The information we need to make this 3D print method work are front and back ortho scene captures, as well as a front and back depth. We combine the front and back depth into a single texture lookup. So here we see our fake room. Remember, that's not there. That's fake geometry mapped on a card against the real geometry on the right. So, how can we handle non-square rooms? We place a grid guide into the room encompassing the full dimensions of that room. We then capture the scene and remap the vertices into our 1x1x1 cube space. We can then decompress this captured 1x1 room in the material. The great thing about this is this technique works with any size room. Once we have our interior technology squared away, we can move on to a window material that encompasses it and adds more variation. We can control things like room type, light state, temperature, blinds, glass properties, etc. So how do we decide which windows go where? In order to have an understanding of what the building is and how it's laid out, we author this room data in Houdini or a UE plugin and pack it into a 32-bit unsigned integer. We have flags for all the information the material needs to figure out what type of room to render in a window. We store that room data as per instance custom data for each instance in a building ISM. Then, we consume this room data in the window material using HLSL to unpack and reconstruct each bit field. Once the look of our building started to shape up, we turned our attention to the roads. We started our road development using a single tiling asphalt texture. You can see here that has some obvious problems where we can see the repetition. Our texture cell bombing material function helps us break up tiling repetition by altering the UVs within the texture cells. Its source is the cell texture you see at right, which is a colored Voronoi noise pattern, as well as the edge detail between those cells. So again, here we see our initial attempt at tiling asphalt, and here it is with our cell-bombed asphalt, which basically removes all of the tiling repetition. Then we add some rubble to our asphalt, followed by cell-bombed grime, cell-bombed cracks, patches, tiling macro variation, deferred decals, and wetness. One of the issues we noticed when we added our wetness layers was that the wetness was showing up under the decals. The way that we fixed this was to set the decal response to none for the road material node. Then, in the material, we could use the apply debuffer node to composite the debuffers into the material under the wetness layer at the appropriate point. Here is our road material with the features I've outlined, as well as others such as the ability to add lane markers and to deal with intersections. Getting the road wetness to look right was one of the biggest challenges of this material. We used many inputs to get a natural-looking water pooling effect. This required 2 UV sets, vertex color information for blending problem areas, as well as a variety of lane and vehicle textures and manipulations of UVs blended with noise to achieve our final result. Here are some images of our completed road material in the world. So let's turn to rooftops. Our wave function collapse rooftops are modular. To avoid the UV nightmare, we use world-aligned projected textures. But some buildings are not XY aligned, so we need a way to keep the roof grid and line details aligned with the edges of the modules. You can see here that as we rotate the building, the grid lines on top of the roof stay locked to the roof surface. We accomplish this using a Z-rotation aligned world space texture projection. This projection sticks to the rotated object's orientation, but freely tiles in X and Y. We do this by calculating the actor's Z orientation, and then rotating our absolute world space by the calculated amount. Here are the material nodes for that technique. So let's change gears and talk a little bit about our dynamic global illumination and reflection technology we call Lumen. Here you can see a scene with Lumen activated. We immediately notice the effects of all the light hitting the building facade and bouncing back toward camera. We see that indirect light produces soft shadows under the vehicles and is responsible for all of the light under the freeway. We also see detailed reflections on the vehicles. Here we see the same scene with Lumen turned off. Lumen on, Lumen off. We like to say that Lumen helps us light the shadows by providing real-time GI and reflections. This was very important in our world since we often have buildings blocking the sun, we had wet road reflections, and we have plenty of highway overpasses that shadow the sky where there is no direct illumination available underneath. Lumen has also been extended to support huge environments. It has a massive view range which is accomplished by tracing to mesh instances at small distances and tracing against HLOD at greater distances. Here we see Lumen operating at city scale, where a shaft of light on a building is clearly taken into account in the indirect illumination of a building all the way across the street. One of the most important parts of Lumen is that it is dynamic. It instantly updates, so you have no lighting builds, you can change your time of day, you can have moving cars, characters, and destruction that are all computed and taken into account as the light is bounced around and the reflections are calculated. When this project started, one of the ideas was to have a night mode where we would illuminate the city, not by the sun, but by many practical light sources. Using Lumen for night mode was a happy accident which was discovered while exploring the world with the sun and sky off. It became clear that lit only by millions of emissive window meshes and no place light sources, Lumen was able to propagate that lighting in a realistic way to give the city a nighttime look. And finally, Lumen uses hardware ray tracing on consoles, which allows high-quality reflections where characters are represented. I hope this talk has helped you understand how we used Unreal Engine 5 to create the world of The Matrix Awakens. As this undertaking was very much a team effort, Jerome, Vach, and I would like to extend our thanks to all the talented individuals at Epic who contributed to the work you've seen here. Thank you for watching.
Hello, I'm Quentin Marmire. I'm a lead technical artist for the special project at Epic Games. And today we are going to present with Robert Osborne and Julien Marchand how to generate a world for the Matrix Awakens experience.
The procedural city generation. So let's look together on how we have created a fully procedural city generator. Using very few simple inputs like basic splines, we have created a tool that could generate on the fly an American-like city. We will describe how we have used Houdini and Unreal to shape and art direct it to our needs, and how we have used point clouds and the new role processor pipeline to generate it on a daily basis. This is a living autonomous city, 4 by 5 kilometers wide, with 260 kilometers of streets and 512 kilometers of furnished sidewalks, more than 7,000 unique buildings, 18,000 traffic vehicles, and 35,000 pedestrians aware of each other and respecting traffic rules. We will go over the step-by-step process that were required to make this work and what were the constraints we have faced. How it generates quickly a virtual world made out of 8 million nanite instances that provides incredible amount of detail from the smallest piece of trash on the ground to the nuts and bolts at the top of a building. And how we ended up regenerating that city 53 times to refine its procedural rules over and over and become what you can explore today in the Matrix Awakens experience. We've tried to use the full potential of Nanite, Lumen, Open World with Unreal Engine 5 to offer the most detailed virtual experience we could. But first, let's introduce one of the main tools we have used in the creation of our city, Houdini from Side Effects.
Hello, my name is Mai Ao. I'm the lead technical artist on the Side Effects Labs team. First off, I would like to thank Epic Games for the pleasure of doing this presentation together. I would also like to thank and acknowledge my former colleague Paul Ambrosiuson and my colleague Damien Panud, who have contributed greatly to this collaboration on the Side Effects side. Side Effects is the developer of Houdini, a high-end, comprehensive 3D solutions platform with a procedural node-based architecture. With more than 25 years of history, Houdini is widely recognized in the VFX industry with more than 1 Academy, Scientific, and Technical awards. You can think of a Houdini pipeline like a factory. Nodes are like machines that perform specific tasks. The machines can be chained together to form sophisticated networks, like industrial assembly lines. The designs of these assembly lines are entirely up to you. Finally, the pipelines can be streamlined and organized into factories, aka HDAs. So all the controls you care about are exposed, and the rest is fully automated. What makes Houdini special is you can go from easy-to-understand, low-level tools to a complex, high-level factory that, when looked from the outside, does some sort of magic. The core purpose of a procedural pipeline is to serve the artists, to give them more creative controls and fewer headaches when they need to redo work. More importantly, a procedural pipeline is also scalable. You can often accomplish more with fewer people, as developers' time is valuable. The architecture of Houdini makes it possible to integrate the software's compute power deep into the pipeline. A pipeline is about a lot more than making 3D models. With Houdini, a lot of the user stories that can be encapsulated as tasks can be then translated into tools. These tools are developed with close collaboration between teams. Decisions are made together to address different departments' concerns, such as what should be on the UI and how should the data be transferred. When it comes to engine deployment, the tools are typically packaged as HDAs, which you can use in Editor through Houdini Engine plugin. With Houdini Engine's now free commercial licenses for Unreal, a larger team of artists and level designers can directly interact with Houdini tools maintained by a smaller team of tool developers. In a nutshell, once the tools are created and deployed to Unreal, the Houdini Engine plugin will power these tools inside the editor by talking to the Houdini library in the background, on your machine or on farm machines. As a real-time developer, when you need to start building your own procedural tools, Side Effects Labs is here to help. We're a small team, but we create a large collection of free and open source Houdini tools, specially focused on real-time pipelines, as well as the quality of life of developers. You can think of Side Effects Labs as a public extension of your own R&D team, because the tools we make are based on the feedback of the community, and we make them so that they can be shared with everyone in the community. With more than 200 tools and growing, it is not unlikely that when you need to accomplish something, we may have a standardized tool for that. Labs tools span everything from modeling, photogrammetry, UVs, texture generation, asset export, third-party integrations, and more. We also ship a set of Edge Labs Unreal plugin, which contains script and shaders that works with Houdini assets, or just generic all-purpose utility shaders. You can discover all this by downloading Snippet Labs' latest daily builds.
Thank you so much, Maio, for this overview of Houdini. And now let's have a look to the Matrix Awakens procedural city and how we have done it. As a starting point, we knew the Matrix Awakens would have to be an open world, a city that would be fully detailed and very large at the same time. We established that a 4 to 5 kilometer wide city would provide the ideal playground for the experience that we had in mind. We knew this environment would be the base for a lot of departments to work on and that they would need to be provided with updated data as we are modifying it. This had to be automated. We also knew that it would have to be procedurally generated because of the relative small size of our environment team versus the sheer size and level of detail we were aiming for. All of this was also considering that we would use Nanite technology. Nanite has changed the game. Because it removed all polygon limit and the resolution at which we can have details, now that 1 meter square can have up to 1 million triangles without worrying about performances, a city of 16 kilometer squares would have 16 trillion triangles. This brings a new problem. The size and the amount of assets on disk becomes a limiting factor. Also, bigger assets means slower iteration and less flexibility. We can't just brute force our way through. We have to find a smart way to slice the world. Early on, we were considering the use of Openstreetmap. But unfortunately, the data it provides is arbitrary, unique in size and shape for any given place. That is too much work to translate and adapt, and that creates too many unique assets. Same would go for the natural follow-up of OpenStreetMap, creating a mega mesh of the city. But for the amount of detail we were after, that wasn't a viable solution. What we need to do is quantify the world, and make our own construction set to build it. We would then rely as much as possible on instancing. Our work becomes then how to slice and dice a realistic world and replicate it the most precisely possible with those bricks. This is especially complex because in the real world, you will always find a piece that is almost impossible to reproduce with your bricks. That is where having full control over the geometry of the city becomes so important. We wanted to keep a tight grip on how much of the arbitrariness we would allow. First, we would start with a specific tool designed to create the base of our city, the city layout tool, or how to procedurally generate an American city pattern. It would only require two main inputs to start, a basic shape and the path of the main arteries. With few attributes and options available to adjust the road network setup, it would give you an American city layout. The rest is figured out by the tool. With only few spline inputs, it tries to procedurally recreate an American city pattern. We relied on the find shortest path Houdini node to create the arteries. And at last, the tool is calculating the best fitting grid pattern to match to the size defined by the user inputs. The tool can procedurally create an infinite solution of different cities. The next step is the city zoning. We have used this extra utility to define zones with specific attributes like a commercial or residential zone, but mainly to shape the cityscape. In a way, this becomes the vertical modeling tool of our city. We have used Houdini Engine plugin inside Unreal to be able to design the city directly in Engine, although the tool could also be used directly in Houdini for the rest of the procedural generation. This was a user-friendly way to model the cityscape, and we made a lot of back and forth with the art director and the cinematic department to shape it the way we wanted. Once we are done with the base city layout, the tool is outputting a big soup of metadata that would be used by downstream tools to produce the city. That would include a road network, the lots definition, and the sidewalk network. Among many other attributes we could also find in there, the road connectivity, the traffic density, or the pedestrian density. With this soup of metadata ready, we can now feed the city processor and start the final creation process. This dependency graph shows an overview of the key components of the city tools and their dependencies from top to bottom. This is important because in the procedural flow, it shows where we will need to regenerate the city in the case we were to change a role at a given point. The dependency graph is broken up into three stages: the city base, the city core, and the set dressing. And this is an overview of what the graph would look like inside Houdini, with all the actual visible dependencies. The first step in the creation of the city is to well define the roads and their geometries. In order to do that, we take the road network provided by the city layout tool. It is composed with spline made out of 2 points. It has a 3-layer road hierarchy that carries all the metadata it needs, like the road width, the road IDs, number of branches per intersection, etc. We then trim each road section by a carefully calculated amount based on the angle at which the road connects, and leave enough room for the intersections. Each road section would then be filled with the adequate number of road modules. For each width, we have 3 available modules, 20 meters, 10 meters, and 5 meters subsection. This way, the entire road geometry is mainly made out of 9 basic bricks. Because the sections can technically have any possible length, we keep some room for a little bit of scaling on the smallest 5-meter module. For the intersections, we are filling up the leftover room with road modules scaled to the appropriate length. We then set their pivot at the intersection center, while they aim outward toward the road sections. Once properly calculated and assembled, the road modules are replaced by their higher resolution counterpart. This represents the geometry as it would appear in Unreal. And the road processor would then output a point cloud that would be used to instance the module inside Unreal using our road processor pipeline. The road module would have 2 sets of UV, plus a relative vertex position stored as vertex colors for maximum control with the shading. It would feature some tapered skirt on the side to ensure smooth connection between them, and would also have a bit of curvature to add a bit of realism to the world. Once the road network and precise road footprint is established, we can move on to the extraction of the traffic information. Using the metadata of the roads, we would trace splines for each lanes and interconnect them to create the traffic base grid. We can briefly mention here that this network of splines contain all the information about the traffic and would later be imported to Unreal via a point cloud. It would then be interpreted by the traffic tools to be turned to a zone graph. Julien Marchand will cover more in detail this topic later in the presentation in the section Bringing Life to the City. Next in our city generation process would come the freeway generation. For the city's freeway, we knew that the chase sequence would happen at least in part on it. This had an influence on the organic and tentacular look of it. We were after an iconic landmark, easily recognizable in the city, with complexity and pillars for the cool cinematic parallax effects. Around the needs of the cinematic department that were mostly focused around the big exchanger, we have built the rest of the freeway path. It is composed of 2 closed loops, 1 overhang passage, and 55 access ramps over 25 km of usable freeway. To iterate quickly, our designers needed a way to edit the freeway and find what would work best for the chase sequence. An Houdini asset was used in Unreal and would take an input curve to generate a simple freeway deck geometry, allowing designers to create a good path for the chase. There was a lot of back and forth between the designers and the procedural team to make sure the freeway shape would serve the demo well, both in look and function. Once the shape of the freeway was locked in place, the designer's input curves were brought from Unreal to Houdini and embedded into the city graph, keeping the freeway generation as part of the main city process. Because of its organic nature, the deck had to be procedurally generated as a megamesh. This is one case in the city where we couldn't entirely rely on module instancing, and we had to create custom pieces that would fit a specific area. The megamesh would later be divided in smaller chunks of 100 meter size, so it can fit the open world streaming workflow and help Lumen for performances. All the other set dressing pieces, the barriers, pillars, signs, and debris, are nanite instances scattered along the freeway path. Finally, as for the road processing tool, the freeway tool would output several point clouds to be instanced over inside Unreal and would provide metadata to the rest of the graph. It would output several sets of meshes, including the freeway deck and its collision proxy. With the road and the freeway generated, we can now move on to the lots processing and the building volumes generation. For the lots, we start from the basic lots definition provided by the city layout tool. Remember that it also carried the height information defined by the cityscaping we had done earlier on. We first need to ensure that we won't rise buildings where the freeway is, so we remove it. After several layers of geometry cleaning and filtering, we are subdividing the lots. The subdivision is using an algorithm that ponders building height versus available surface. The more the surface, the larger the final footprint can be, but only if that is to support a tall building. Of course, we introduce a little bit of random in that process to not make it look totally linear. The lowest building height are automatically divided into New York-style lots with the typical staggered style subdivision. As the subdivision is done, you can notice in red all the lots that have been filtered as non-suitable for building, either by their shapes or their topology. This is where we have introduced a system to ensure we would cut down on producing arbitrary data and try to quantify the world a bit more, introducing the building DNA. Each building of the city would be described by a custom DNA. The DNA starts with the footprint. We have created 17 of those, and any building in the city would have one of this shape as a base, so we would always know what to expect. Once the footprint is established, we added few attributes to complete the DNA. The size in X and Y, its position and orientation in space, a height of extrusion divided into 3 layers, and as an extra bit of variation, mostly for taller structures, we also added the possibility for any building to be either cubified or with staggered floor like the Empire State Building. As the last strand of the DNA, we would assign a specific building style. With this technique, we could create an infinite variation of buildings, ensuring every single one of them would be unique. We can now replace non-suitable parcels with our collection of footprints and ensure they would fit the original space available. For the rest of the subdivision, we simply replace them with our available footprints. It works in 2 stages. First, we adjust how much percentage of a given footprint we would like to see in the city. We then ensure it would be compliant with its given building style. This is important because each building style has a limit on how it can be built. A minimum wall length under which the building generator will not be able to fit the module that composes it. More on this will be described in the procedural building topic later on the presentation by Robert Osborne. The final part is the creation of the building volumes themselves. Populating the rest of the needed DNA strands with some global controls, we would add a little bit of extra noise to adjust the overall feeling of it. We could finally choose how much of a cubified or a staggered building we would want to see. So before Robert covers the procedural building more in details, we will go over the rest of the city graph, and in our next step we will look at the creation of the ground. The ground would be under high scrutiny since it's where the player would spend most of its time. We needed here more than ever a very high fidelity in the asset and thus the needs to use instancing elegantly. This represents our collection of sidewalk and floor modules. We didn't have availability for displacement directly in engine, but that wasn't a problem. Since Nanite remove all triangle limit, we end up pre-displacing the floor tiles. Using modified megascan surfaces with their displacement maps, each tile could count up to 500,000 triangles. This gives you a level of crispiness and fidelity that we could have never achieved otherwise. So now, as the city layout tool has provided us with a network of spline for the sidewalk and the lots definition, we could take those meshes and have the sidewalk processor within the city graph ingested to scatter our module collection adaptively. Dividing each sidewalk section in a similar fashion to the road modules, it would fit the correct number of tiles, solve the corners, and the ground coverage area. And here we can see how the sidewalk processor works at different sidewalk connection angles. It would calculate how many tiles needed to make the sidewalks, randomly assign types, and solve the external and internal corners independently. Notice how for the inside corner, the 2 triangles pieces scale non-uniformly back and forth to adapt. For the ground itself, we would subtract the building coverage to save a bit of surface, and then cover it with a point cloud where the density would be adjusted to its ground tile size. If you recall the 500,000 triangles pre-displaced piece shown before, here you can see how many times we would use it over the city ground. 2.5 million times, that is. Yeah, that is 1.25 trillion triangles for the ground itself. We wanted things to look sharp and good. And that shows the same point of view inside the engine, with on the right the different instances that compose the ground. A little close-up shows you the final result more in details. This is a good representation of what the procedural teamwork was on the Matrix Awakens experience, a giant puzzle solving with instances. Now that we have our ground covered, we can move on to the set dressing of it. First, we would harvest and filter all the areas that are left untouched, basically where there are no sidewalks or no buildings. We have defined 3 main leftover zone types to describe the city: the plaza type, the freeway type, and the parking type. To populate those areas, we would use our instance-packed blueprints workflow, also shortened biomes, Those are pre-assembled packages of assets, and this workflow is described more in depth in the presentation from Levi, Creating a World, that I invite you to watch. To distribute those biomes among the leftover areas, we have used the scatter technique using the UV space of the zone. With the UV layout node of Houdini, this is a very convenient way to let it scatter objects while ensuring that they would not overlap with each other. For the use of the city graph, we had developed our own version of this tool and called it the packing scatterer. It would take each dependent zone, measure its longest edge, and take it as orientation reference. It would then try to best fit the biomes together with the possibility to choose between different patterns and angles. We have used this tool literally all over the graph to procedurally populate areas in an organized fashion. That also includes some of the rooftops for the buildings. This shows you a fun example of what the packing scatterer can do to cover any type of area with organized pattern without any fear of overlapping instances. The last images are showing the result of playing with different options and inputs on the tool. And now we come to the road decals in the ground covering process. We are taking the traffic and parking lanes calculated after the roads and parse them with points for the different types of decals. Over each calculated points, we would spawn a simple plane that would feature a decal material. Each marking that you see here is an instance plane that is carefully placed at the exact ground level. It has a decal material with opacity for finer details. The wireframe view gives a better idea of what's behind the scene. If you remember, during my description of the road processor, I mentioned that the road isn't flat. That actually proved itself to be a bit of a challenge. For bigger chunks like the crosswalks or the tire marks, the plane would need more subdivision to adapt to the road topology. This is why we have used here a different approach. The curvature of the road makes it a totally arbitrary object, and this was one of the cases where we had to use a megamesh. So here, the bigger planes were projected on the road geometry to match its topology, and then assembled to a bigger mesh. Another interesting challenge with the decals were the solving of complex intersections. A procedural graph would analyze and interpret the lane system to create believable markings, draw rows, and basically add life to it. So now that we have produced a full procedural city, we have control over every single bit of information. So we can easily extract it and provide it to the audio department so they can work their magic. To provide this data, we would cover the final city result surface with a 3 meters density point cloud on which we will store the metadata. And by using a proxy geometry of the city, we would use its own ambient occlusion and indicates to the audio team at any given point the amount of reverb it can expect. Or tell them what type of sound it should produce. So that now we had a good overview of the city generation process, let's have a glimpse of what the Houdini graph is actually like. This isn't all of it, but it gives you an idea. This graph would take about 25 minutes to produce a totally new 4x5 km city with its 8 million instances, meaning that in 25 minutes, you could have a new city solution entirely different from the previous one. As a final look at the city generator tool, this is an accelerated demonstration of all what we have covered in this presentation. This is a 1-minute speedrun for a small city example that demonstrates how you can generate a world all the way to have it as a playable experience in Unreal. It shows how the generator enables you to produce a new city from the very first curve input to the road network tweaking, the vertical shaping, fine-tuning of its building, to its final generation with the road processor. In this last part, you can actually see the road processor in action for the generation in Unreal, although this topic is covered more in detail in the presentation by Levi, Creating a World. You can actually try it now by yourself, as we are providing you with Houdini files and basic Unreal templates to play with. So, some fun statistics to look at, and among those one that is very interesting to mention and that represents well how the city processor would work. Over the course of the project, we have regenerated the city 53 times. For every generation, we would scout the city and look for what we can improve in the procedural rules, fix bugs, add details to it, and finally regenerate the city, at least in parts or sometimes globally. That process, including the import in Unreal with the road processor workflow, was possible in a couple of hours for the final version. Meaning that technically we could have had an entirely new city to discover several times a day if we were to change it. Let me now introduce Robert Osborne that will present more in detail the process behind the building generation.
I'm Robert Osborne, a senior technical artist at Epic Games. I'm going to talk about the building generation in the Matrix Awakens demo. Let's talk about the procedural building generation in the Matrix Awakens demo. In the prototyping phase, we wanted to keep workflows as simple as possible, one DCC straight into the Unreal Engine. Houdini and Houdini Engine are obvious choices for prototyping procedural ideas and workflows. Iteration speed is king when you want to evaluate concepts. We did a lot of prototyping and iterating. A great example of this ethos is the building module template generator, quickly allowing building module proxies to be created on demand to specific sizes. A building shape grammar system was needed to make the building generation as agnostic as possible, avoiding hard-coded behaviors that would constantly need to be reworked and debugged. This is what I started with. Wow. Looking back, I'm having a hard time understanding it myself. Luckily, we were still prototyping and iterated on the shape grammar look and feel. Here, the building generator is being used in Unreal to add an extra building to the small city level. Let's reposition the building to fit on the pier properly and change its dimensions. Now I'm changing the prop placement density and seed. Let's lower the height of the building. Finally, I'm changing the style of the building and making it wider. There, done. Building added. As we entered production, we had a good idea of how the city graph data would drive the building generation. JSON was chosen as the format for the building definition files during prototyping. An automated BDF pipeline was implemented in time for production, giving human-readable data that could be edited quickly to validate and debug with. The data fed to the building generator consisted of volumes with a BDF tag assigned per primitive face. Here, each color on the volumes represents a different building style. Here, we can see how the data flows inside the building generator in order of operation till final output. Output was in the form of point clouds and roof geometry, passed into the city graph or directly into the Unreal Engine using Houdini Engine. Input volumes were cleaned carefully to give the best chance for cleanly sliced floor primitives to be generated in a consistent and ordered manner. The assigned building definition file tag allows the floor intervals to be calculated from the BDF's level dictionary, and the volume is sliced accordingly. Once we have the floor slices, corner types are calculated using the dot product between the primitives and walking around the floor primitive IDs in ascending order. Split corners are recognized using a collinear tolerance to distinguish if adjacent floor primitives should be considered in line. Corner caps, when defined in the BDF, are prioritized over a split corner type. We wanted a flexible shape grammar syntax for defining the module placement behaviors on building facades, allowing for rapid end-user iteration without having to publish updates to the building generator. This is a typical shape grammar. The vertical bars represent a module bucket used to define module placement behaviors. The alphabet characters represent a dictionary key to look up the module metadata like width and height. Circular brackets are used to define an infinitely repeatable macro pattern of modules. Square brackets are used to define a fixed repeat of macro pattern modules. The asterisk character specifies that all modules in a bucket can be scaled to fit the shape grammar to the length of the facade. Selecting the most appropriate grammar for a facade is driven by the total length of one full iteration of the shape grammar. The shape grammar with the smallest fit gap, not greater or equal to the facade length, is selected. Here we can see how different grammars are used as the length of the facade increases. With the most suitable shape grammar selected, the modules are placed on the facade. Here we see the module placement and scaling according to the grammar being used as the facade length increases. Buildings are generated independently of neighboring buildings in each building lot. This gives better parallelization for the graph execution. Occluded modules on connected building walls need to be removed for memory and generation performance. In the city graph, each lot of buildings are passed in as one job. We take the full lot of buildings minus the building having its modules occluded and merge and clean them. The building being occluded is booleaned against the rest of the lot, creating a Boolean shell that represents touching wall heights. Additional sample points for each module derived from the module bounds are added for performing intersection testing. These sample points and the module pivot point are raycast against the intersection shell. Only modules where all sample points are deemed to be touching the intersection shell are flagged for removal. As corners wrap around facades, extra sample points are added for corners. The occlusion has to be conservative, as re-adding modules to cover holes is complicated when you consider primitive data for windows and props. Even with this conservatism, a 25% reduction in building modules, props, and decals is achieved. The conservative approach is shown by the columns of corners still present inside some of the building shells. We needed to indicate to the CityGraph's sidewalk furniture placement system where building entrances existed. The place modules on buildings carried tags to define functionality, such as corner, wall, entrance, etc. These tags allowed the building generator to provide volumetric data to simulate exclusion of street furniture in front of building entrances. Once in production, new feature requests were added to the building generator, one being multiple BDF support on a single building volume, others being window treatments and window signage. It highlighted the need to have a production version and a development version of the building generator, while new features could be iterated on in a development version without blocking the CityGraph or end users using the production version. Building prop brandings were assigned per facade across the city, with just a simple modulo seeding using the lot ID and building ID for determinism. Being able to have the building generator run directly in Unreal using Houdini Engine allowed end users to play with prop densities and adjust seeding. Controls were exposed on the UI for this purpose, allowing prop meta to be tuned and then exported into BDFs. Here we have the building generator running in the Unreal Engine via Houdini Engine. On this building, I want to place fire escapes on it interactively using the volume overrides functionality. The volumes are given their override functionality by adding actor tag strings. For example, the word fire escape is used for placing fire escapes. The override volumes are passed to the building generator using the exposed tag volumes input. Let's change the prop branding and extend the red coffee shop props to continue into the recessed courtyard area. Again, using a volume with an actor tag to represent the desired branding on the props. For the window cube map primitive data, we wanted to create believable functional rooms. We built a connectivity array along each facade of modules that have a window tag. With this, we can determine the maximum size of a room that can be placed. After placing a room, all instances in the room get a room ID, and we move to the next window module without an assigned room. This continues till the facade is full of assigned rooms. A Vex dictionary holds several seeding arrays to select rooms based on the building function. In the movie, you can see lights being switched on per floor ID, then by room ID on each floor, and finally by room size. For window treatments, window helper objects were added to level 1 modules to define the surfaces of the windows if present on a module. This data was stored in the prop anchor points for each module using the helper category. We needed a subsystem to populate window signage. We knew where each building entrance was and only placed signage close to entrances using the window helpers. The window signage data is exported in a building definition file for use with the window composite system. Composite layouts were selected by the assigned facade branding. The prop placement vex code with different filtering was used to place the composite layouts in place of a normal window frosting instance, which would be removed during the signage pass. An internal vex dictionary was used to encapsulate placement rules, brand groupings, and functionality with certain masking used for building styles. All the roof geometry was derived from the input building volumes. Building a one-stop recreate all roof geometry from the floor slice primitives was too complicated, and edge cases popped up with every tweak. UV generation and scaling controls were added to deal with unique roofs which could not be instantiated. The UV controls were exposed on the building generator UI for end users to evaluate good default values. Building volumes developed from simple cubes to complex cubified volumes. Split roof support was added to deal with the complex volumes as best as possible. Not all building modules were created equal, the biggest issue being some modules got sliced at the lower window edge, which is recessed back from the common facade plane. We had to create a function to analyze the floor slices at split roof edges and apply a push or pull inset to hide these gaps. The building generator needed to be scalable due to the sheer amount of data it was generating. Almost 7,000 buildings with props, modular occlusion, window treatments, window cube maps, ground decals, and roof geometry. This all generates in 13 minutes using PDG on a single X3990 Threadripper PC. Some datasets from the large city generation. As we entered the end phase of the project, the building generator graph looked like this. The volume curator pass just before the building generator allowed the generation of override volumes to place fire escapes. A masking scheme was used to populate fire escapes only on certain building groups and styles. It also allowed directed prop placement via primitive groups. Example, no props were placed in the Brooklyn-style courtyards. Multi-BDF volumes were given steps to hide transitions of the building styles. Multi-BDF style combinations were also tweaked following art direction concerns. The volume curator also allowed for optimizations late in the project. Memory was a concern, so the global height of the cityscape was reduced in certain height ranges, allowing a surgical strike without potentially causing a butterfly effect had this change been further upstream in the city graph. The volume curator was also used to target specific problematic building volumes and associated metadata. So, while not directly involved in the building generator, I wanted to mention a workflow we started using for referencing viewpoints in the city. As the city density grew, the ability to communicate points of interest in the city with accuracy became all too apparent. We started to use the Unreal Editor command line Budget to snapshot points of interest for quick sharing, tagging in channels with a screenshot and a Budget Go string, till we reached the pinnacle and Jiras contained Budget Go information. With all these data points for POIs starting to mass, the Budget Go HDA happened one afternoon, allowing reference points to be available in Houdini datasets to observe behaviors and debug with. Pasting a Budget Go string into the Budget Go HDA will generate an indicator in Houdini Worldspace. We have a reference in Houdini Worldspace that can be jumped to quickly using frames selected. This easily allows associated input metadata to be explored, debugged, and edge cases solved. You can round-trip this data, passing a Budget Go location that is derived from the currently active Houdini 3D scene view back to the clipboard. Pasting the clipboard back into the Unreal Editor command line gives a super quick back and forth for cataloging and exploring the city dataset. For bugs, this is especially efficient to get the location of an edge case generation to examine the metadata and step through your graph and debug with. Allowing the problem buildings to be isolated in the Houdini scene, iterate on the fix, test locally, and publish the fix. Super useful for smoke testing known results after an update to the building generator. With the sheer number of building volumes, we were struggling to identify issues in the vast sprawling city we were building. We literally could not see the buildings for the city in some situations. While we had Budget and Budget Go to teleport around the city and investigate issues, we really needed a structured way to sign off on all the building styles and building features without the distraction of the beautiful city. A volume filter HDA was created to give targeted collections of volumes to feed into the building generator. Houdini is great. Chain your meta filtering into generation, then add some automated output. Now you are slicing and dicing the data to create sets of maps in the editor to systemically close the project. Not carrying the full weight of the city during smoke testing increased the iteration speed greatly. Special thanks to some of the quality people I was lucky enough to work with on this project. And now let's talk about wave function collapse. Wave function collapse is a term from quantum mechanics in which a wave function in superposition collapses to a single eigenstate. This concept has been applied to game development in the form of a constraint satisfaction algorithm. It can have many applications including texture and model synthesis, map generation, and gameplay. In a constraint satisfaction problem, a constraint is a rule that the system must satisfy when solving. Here we have a cat in a 2-tile grid constructed from 2 options, the tail and the head. There are 2 constraints here. The head can be to the right of the tail can be to the left of the head. it is simpler to always consider these constraints in pairs. Here we increased the grid to 4 tiles and added a third option, the body. We can see a total of 6 constraints. Next we introduce a special option, the empty option. Empty options are useful when you want to ensure that the bounds of the grid will not form open-ended solves, like having a body option at either end of the grid. Empty options can be adjacent to each other. If you have an A to empty pair and an empty to B pair, then an A to B pair can be made. Let's see what it looks like to collapse a 1D grid. We initialize a 6-tile grid where each tile represents all of the options allowed. The number above represents the remaining number of options for a given tile. Let's make an assumption that the tiles are surrounded by hidden empty options, and both ends of the grid must be modified to only allow options that can be adjacent to an empty option. You can see that the number of remaining options has dropped from 4 to 2. This number will also represent the value of entropy for a given tile. We now begin a recursive cycle of observing and propagating. In the observation phase, a random minimum entropy tile is selected. A selection is randomly made from the remaining options. The tail option was chosen and the remaining options on the tile has dropped to 1. In the propagation phase, all the tiles adjacent to the observed tile must adjust their domain to satisfy the constraints. The propagation continues recursively until no more tiles are modified. With every iteration, more tiles are collapsed down to a single option. The solve keeps iterating. Finally, the solve reaches a state where the grid contains only collapsed tiles. Here we can see this process in 2 dimensions using a 6x6 grid. Here we see the process in 3 dimensions using a 3x3x3 grid. A wave function collapse model is a data asset that stores constraints. A constraint is stored in the form of a key option, an adjacency, and the adjacent option. Defining constraints can be difficult. Some implementations have used label-based systems, but that can be confusing or complicated from an artist's perspective. Our implementation derives constraints from arbitrary layouts. By doing so, wave function collapse models can be built visually, and it may help in discovering new options that are required. You can simply specify a resolution of a grid to solve. There is also an option to use a grid actor, which is a blueprint that visually shows the bounding box of the grid. One advantage with the grid actor is that it can derive starter options based on static mesh actors that sit within the grid. On the left, you can see a few tiles pre-placed inside the grid actor and the 2 different outputs on the right. It is a great way to combine art direction with proceduralism. The city had so much complexity at street level, but once you went into drone mode, it became obvious that more complexity was needed from the bird's eye view. In total, there were over 2,600 unique rooftop structures made. The wave function collapse model contained just over 5,000 constraints. All of this with only 33 tileable meshes. Solving these structures one by one was not scalable, so we created a solution that can derive grids from point cloud data. We created editor utility widgets that can do some post-solve processing. Here we are swapping wall materials, roof materials, and per actor custom primitive data to create color variation. We can derive a grid from a solved actor and allow for arbitrary logic based around tile neighbor rules. In this case, we use neighbor rules to place props on walls. To reuse existing Houdini methods made for scattering props, we made a method for exporting roof-only surfaces. Roof prop scattering was done in Houdini and reassembled in Unreal Engine using point cloud data. And here are some wave function collapse results in the city. The wave function collapse plugin was created by Joji Tsuruga, a senior technical artist on the special project team. It will be available as an experimental plugin in Unreal Engine 5, and we are excited to see what the Unreal Engine community will create with it. And now, here is Julien.
Hi, my name is Julien Marchand, and I am an engineering director at Epic Games. Thanks for joining me today and see how the crowd and traffic teams, empowered by the Unreal Engine new AI technologies, brought life to the city for the Matrix Awakens demo. Having procedurally generated the static content of the city, the remaining challenge was to immerse the player by making the city truly feel alive. To us, it meant two things. We could not compromise on the density, and we had to ground the persistencies of these elements inside the world. Filling the world with a vast amount of interactable, autonomous agents became obvious, and in this case, the crowd and the traffic system became the natural choice for a city. To meet those requirements, we had to leverage a new technology called Mass AI. Before moving on, let's take a step back and have an overview of the Mass framework, a data-oriented design for Unreal Engine, of which Mass AI is a specific use case. The Mass framework comes in three separated plugins: Mass Entity, Mass Gameplay, and Mass AI, which have a feature set built on top of the previous one. These are all coming experimental for the Unreal Engine 5.0 release. Let's start with Mass Entity, which holds the data-oriented framework fundamentals. To better understand it, let's compare it with a classic object-oriented model, in this case, the actor component model for Unreal Engine. This model allows for a very flexible way of composing the logic of the entities, in this case, actors that we want to bring into the world. This model has been a staple for video games development for many years. However, the flexibility of this model leads to code and data incoherency due to them being updated sequentially. Also, the way the actors are composed does not guarantee that their components are aligned in memory. Their access is almost guaranteed to lead to cache misses, which are expensive for the CPU. Moreover, components can sometimes become bloated and part of them may not be required for a particular actor. On the other hand, the Mass framework for Unreal Engine proposes an alternative way of storing our data and decouples it from the processing logic. We have fragments that are very small data structures and entities which simply holds pointers to the fragments that represent them in memory. The fragments of entities of similar composition are stored contiguously in memory. And finally, entities do not hold pointers to any data, so in this case any fragment, that it does not care about. As mentioned, we decorrelate all processing logic from the data composition itself, which is all within the fragments. To understand on which entities we want to execute some logic, we make use of an entity query. The entity queries filters the entities, which holds pointers to the fragment required for a particular logic. Processors are where the batch update will occur and where the logic will run. For example, we could be updating the position fragment of all entities at once by reading from their velocity fragments, but that can only occur if an entity has both of these fragments. This segregation is what enforces data encode coherency, minimizes cache misses, and will trivialize concurrent execution in the future. These are the fundamentals that are pushing the limits on the numbers of entities we can simulate at once. The mass gameplay part of the framework is what allows us to tangibly bring mass entities inside the game world. This is where we'll find our mechanisms for spawning, visualizing, HLODing, etc. Namely, the entry point to bring mass entities inside the world is the mass spawner, which is a regular actor that you can place in your level. Looking at the properties for the mass spawners, the only two things you should really care about are what to spawn and where to spawn these entities. We will be answering these questions in a moment. Our purpose was to bring autonomous agent inside the world, and this is where the Mass AI plugin comes into play, which encapsulates features for navigating the world, animation, behavior, etc. But more importantly, let's remember that what we wanted was to bring life to a city, so we were not shooting for just any AI. What we ultimately wanted was a crowd and a traffic system. And the way we built these plugins is exactly how we envision developers to leverage and extend on the Mass framework in the future. These plugins hold all behaviors that are specific to these use cases. Before getting into the specific of the crowd and the traffic behaviors, let's link back to the procedural data that we leveraged to answer one of the two aforementioned mass spawner questions, where to spawn the entities. The answer to this question was the zone graph, which is another experimental feature coming with the Unreal Engine 5.0 release. The zone graph is a lightweight design-driven flow for AI, which for the context of the Matrix Awakens demo, replace our need for an AI nav mesh. It is an ecosystem of point-by-point corridor structure connected by intersections. It also stored actionable tags that can be either static, such as identifying a pedestrian from a traffic lane, or dynamic, such as an open or closed lane, that will later be useful to dictate our AI behaviors. In fact, we leveraged the zone graph to have a density-based distribution of entities for both crowd and the traffic, whereas for the parked vehicles, we were more interested in a static point cloud distribution. The mass spawners support both of these options, along with many others when it comes to deciding how to distribute mass entities inside the world. For the crowd, we merged the procedural data representing the pedestrian density, along with the pedestrian lane network, to create a network of interconnected and properly annotated zone graph for the crowd. Although hard to see, the annotations denote what they are for, whether they are crosswalk, sidewalk, or intersection lane. They also hold information about the expected density and whether they are currently closed, as you can see in red, or not. These are the lanes upon which we generated spawn location at varying distance based on the desired density. For the traffic, we did the same thing. We merged the procedural data representing the traffic density, along with the traffic lane network, to create our traffic zone graph network, and then generated the spawning location for the various vehicles. Note that for the traffic, we had to do that operation for both the city lanes and the freeway lanes, and then interconnect both networks. Finally, for the parked cars, we simply directly spawn one at every location fed by the point cloud. And voila! Having distributed our entities across the map, we now need to answer the other mass spawner question, which is what to spawn. We are talking more than just visuals here. We need to be able to define how these entities will behave across the city. A mass entity definition is a new asset type that we use to easily dress the list of fragments that our different entity use. Amongst the important aspects of the definition are of course the visual, where we want to show at which HLOD, for example. The HLOD parameters themselves are defined there. What are the cutoff distances? What are the visibility angles we care about? And what is the maximum budget per HLOD? These two mechanisms work out of the box with the mass framework, and are paramount to supporting an extra large number of entities. This is also where we added all necessary fragments required by the relevant processors to simulate the mass entity's behavior. And for that, we took slightly different approaches for the crowd and for the traffic. For the crowd, we made use of a state tree, which is another new technology coming experimental with the Unreal Engine 5.0 release. It serves as a scalable and general-purpose state machine with an intuitive and compact UI presented by a decision tree structure. The entire crowd behavior can be seen on screen, and it describes all the states that a crowd member could be in, whether it be wandering, idling, fleeing, etc. The state is selected by running a top-down evaluation of the entry conditions and run its associated parameterized task. Once completed, the tree will route to its default transition state unless a different transition condition is met before. Another benefit of the state tree is that it is tightly packed in memory, which blends well with the mass framework. In this capture, we see the various crowd behaviors at play, such as walking around, waiting at intersection, but we also made the characters believable. The animation coverage proposed various walk style and speed, smooth start and stop animation, and also manages a head look at along with the upper body orientation independent from the character current velocity. We also note that it reacts to its surrounding, be it the player or the other crowd members. Specifically, we develop a new force-based avoidance that handles both dynamic and static obstacles at high performance. The crowd members can also respond to physical collision, such as playing a one-off animation before resuming their behaviors. We use the animation state machine to run on the closest crowd members in sight, but all the data it used came from the mass animation processors that was feeding the relevant data from the entities fragment. As mentioned previously, the mass HLOD system is key to handling a vast amount of entities, in this case, our 35,000 crowd members. By default, the framework handles 4 different HLODs, along with a significant float point value between those levels. On the screen, we can see in red 10i HLOD, which are full-fledged metahuman actors with facial animation. In yellow, 20 medium LOD, also full-fledged metahuman actors with lesser facial animation. In green, up to 500 low LOD, which are lightweight vertex animated meshes. The rest are not visualized. If you're interested in knowing more about how the crowd metahuman were made and how we animated the instant static meshes, I encourage you to listen to the character tech talk. Because of the mass framework, we also attain a great level of persistency. No matter the LOD we were switching at or from, it allowed us to always retain the current behavior evaluation, persist the visual, so that if you go far and back, you can find that cool looking character again. And finally, allowed for smooth animation transition, even from switching from a vertex animated mesh to a full-fledged actor, since the runtime animation data was persisted in the animation fragments. For the traffic, rather than using a state tree, the behavior were all programmatically made in mass processor, which is to say that the framework does not constrain you to an approach over the other. The most typical behaviors were the follow on lane and wait at the intersection. To prevent vehicles bumping in each other, we relied on a queuing of vehicles along a lane. A vehicle would know the distance to the next vehicles to manage the speed at which it goes. When a vehicle intersection lane closes, upstream vehicles will speed down and stop at the end of the lane. Not unlike the avoidance for the crowd, the traffic vehicles also had to manage obstacles, such as the player standing in the way or when creating car crashes. These obstacles could supersede the next vehicle for determining the speed to go at if the obstacle distance was shorter. In the absence of the player, we assumed the simulation to run orderly. To switch it up and to allow the traffic to circulate everlastingly, we had to support lane changes and lane merges. This occurred when an empty spot was detected on a neighbor lane. We would create a ghost entity to simulate the future presence of the vehicle on that lane. Once the transition was complete, we would then remove the vehicle reference from the previous lane. This was particularly useful for getting in and off the freeway. Similarly to the crowd, the vehicle had their own LOD parameters. There are a total of 17,000 traffic vehicles and 38,000 parked but drivable vehicles. On the screen we can see in red 10 ILOD, fully simulated physics vehicle actor that can be deformed, destroyed, and interacted with. In yellow, up to 150 medium LOD that are still running physics but with simpler suspension and all simulated within the mass framework. In green, up to 5,000 low LOD, which are instant static meshes following simple curves and following position updates. The rest are not visualized. For the traffic actor spawning, since it could happen at a moment's notice, we made use of actor pooling to alleviate the cost. Also, note that the parked vehicles are not just there to be pretty. The player can hop in any one of them, drive around, abandon them, and get back to them later on. Finally, the last step was to make the crowd and traffic system work together, and that's where the intersection coordinators came into play. This processor was in charge of managing the phase for which lanes to open at which time, when was it okay for the pedestrian to cross, when could we allow vehicle turning and when we couldn't. We had a high number of intersection configuration which added to the complexity. Lastly, to manage the flow density for both the crowd and the traffic, this is where decisions about where to go next were made, as to prevent the downtown populace to invade the lowtown, for example. In the end, it was not always perfect. We were not city engineered by any means, and that is why we had to iterate on the city and density a lot. Wu thought that combining a super high density with a persisted simulation and adding a stoplight at the end of a freeway was a good idea, but it did create some nice anecdotes. To conclude, to bring life to any world, it is true that having a high density is a great foundation, and the mass framework helps achieve that easily. Even if there exist tricks to fake it, who is to say? Perhaps nothing exists outside of the current view you are seeing. However, if density is great, persistency is king. It really helps immerse the player inside the world, and we hope that this cut will speak for itself. You can note the green moving square to be the traffic vehicles, the blue one to be the parked vehicles, and the little white ones are the crowd members on the sidewalk. This is the result we ended up with, starting small, leveraging the generated procedural data, all the way to simulating upwards of 100,000 mass entities at once through the crowd and the traffic system. This is how we brought life to the city, and it is a result we are very proud of. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Andreas, and in this video I will show you how to start creating a small game from scratch in Unreal Engine 5. We will use some of the latest features, but also established workflows from previous versions. We will build a small top-down game and import static meshes, textures, building materials, importing skeletal meshes and animations, and build a small interactive system and do a little bit of polish at the end. So let's start by creating a new project. When you open Unreal Engine 5, it presents you with the new templates you can start with. So they contain new mannequin, Manny, and Quinn. But in our case, we will start with a blank project and just call that first game. Everything we are building here, I do in real time. And when I speed up time, I will tell you. Sure, it's recorded in pieces to create a better flow so you can follow. I'm using the assets from a StackoBot sample project you can download from the marketplace. So here we are, and when you have the project open the first time, you can see this new map here, which is already set to word partition and has a pretty nice real-time lighting setup. But in our case, let's start a new map, and we don't use the existing ones, but we just do a completely empty level. Before we start, let's go through the new UI. Here's a viewport with our scene, and here's the outliner listing all things of our scene. Below are the details of what we have selected. Up here are different modes like select, landscape, and foliage that we can use later. This is the create menu with all kinds of actors we can place, and the green button starts your game. The view modes and show flags allow us to investigate our scene. Down here is a content drawer with a folder structure of our game that you can also open up with control space in all editors. With F10 you can toggle the sidebar. Let's bring in our first actor. We could navigate through the menu or just start typing. Let's select the simple sphere. Here it is, even if we can't see it. It's in the outliner, and also in the details panel you see the properties. When we switch the view mode to unlit, we can see it there. So let's make some light. We will use the environmental light mixer to fastly set up some lights. By creating directional light, you can now begin to see the sphere. We can directly change the values like the intensity, and with Ctrl L, we can change the angle of our light so it comes a little bit from the front. This is real-time lighting by default. In the project settings, under rendering, you can find the settings. New projects use the new global illumination system, Lumen. So let's add some more. An atmospheric skylight, a sky and atmosphere, the new volumetric clouds, and a height fog. We also want our atmosphere light fully real-time, so we check real-time capture in the skylight. The actors got all spawned at 000 in the world and are a bit hidden. So let's line them up a bit so we have a cleaner scene and don't lose the overview. What we also can do is creating folders in the outliner and move our actors for the light setup in there. Projects can very fast get very messy, and some housekeeping from the start can go a long way. Next, let's save our map. Again, let's keep it clean, so we want to do a new folder calling it maps and save our map as valley. When we now take a look in the content drawer, you find this folder structure. Now we want to bring in our first own asset. In the content drawer, we will create a new folder and call it props. That will contain our meshes, materials, and textures. Pressing import, let me choose an asset I want to bring into the engine. SMCreate is an FBX that was created in Blender, but you can use any DCC tool or get them online like from Sketchfab. We don't change any defaults, and we want to create the materials. After pressing import, our static mesh got added, as well as the 3 materials this FBX uses. With double click, we open this mesh in an own editor. Let's dock it up here. On the upper left, you find some numbers about the mesh, and the details contain 3 material slots. This button leads to the location of the asset. Let's open the material editor. On the upper left is a preview. Below are details. Most space takes a material graph where we find this big output node where we can connect nodes to. For example, this one is color we can change. When we hit apply, we can see the result on our mesh. We can zoom in a bit to see how the material is looking from different angles. Let's go back and improve this a bit. When holding 1 and doing a left click, you can create a node with 1 value. We can connect this to roughness of the material, and the preview is immediately updated. Hit apply again to see how this glossiness looks on the crate. Let's make it more interesting by importing textures. So we can import 2 textures here, grayscale grunge texture and a normal. So once this is imported, we will find it in the content drawer and can drag in the normal and connect that to the output pin. So when we zoom in a bit, we see these nice little bumps here on this material, which we can also witness on the crate if we want. So let's go back and do one last touch until this plastic is done. Let's bring in the crunch texture, and instead of using a fixed value, we use this for the roughness, which gives us this look that it's a little bit touched, which is quite nice. So here we go. This is our plastic material. So let's go to the next one. So next up is metal. Let's open up this material, and the first thing we want to do is changing the color a little bit. So let's double click here and make that a little bit lighter. Next, we hold 1 again and left click to create a scalar and put that into metallic and change that to 1. Now we have a metal ball. So we do this again now with 0 for the roughness, so we have this really shiny thing. Let's take a look how that looks like on the crate. That's nice. So again, let's make this a little bit more interesting by including some textures we prepared. So we go here and we have a normal again and a roughness. But we will do something slightly different. This time again, we drop in the normal and connect that to the normal output. But if we take a look at that ball, it's a little bit too noisy for our taste here. So we do a right click and then we look for something called texture coordinates, which gives us access to the UV tiling. So when we connect that to the UVs and then changing the values to, for example, 5 and 5, we will get something that's more desirable. That's nice. So let's take a look how that looks on our crate. That's cool. So let's go to the roughness again, and this time we will bring in the texture we prepared, but instead of using the RGB channel, we only use the red channel. So you can store different information on different channels in a texture. So, and this is our end result. Nice. In the middle, we want to do something like carbon, but a simple setup. Before we do, I want to show you something on the mesh. Here you can check the vertex color of your mesh. We painted some gray values onto the mesh, which we can now use in the material. Let's open up the last material. And again, we start with importing 2 textures. And again, one is a normal and one is this time one we use for the base color. Let's take a look on the normal for a second, which opens a new editor. Unreal identifies this as normal automatically and sets up the values it's needing. So we have nothing to do here, which is nice. Let's go back to the material and now drag both of those in. First, we add the normal. Again, not the tiling we want. So with the texture coordinate node and some very high numbers this time, we will get much closer to what we are looking for. Now let's use the grayscale texture for the base color. When we directly plug this in, we can see that we have the same tiling issue as for the normal map. So let's just connect our texture coordinate as well with the UVs for these grayscale texture. Nice. When we now hit apply and go to our crate, we can see that this fits very well. Now let's use this vertex color I've shown before. We do a right click and search for vertex color to get that input node. When we multiply this now with our texture output and connect that to the base color, we will now hit apply and go to the crate and see our result. So here's our final crate with the 3 materials we made very quickly. Let's bring in a floor by doing a right click on this sphere, go to replace actor and select the cube. Up here we go to the scaling tool and then we scale it down on that. We scale it up on X and Y. Now we have a floor we can use. We bring up the content drawer and drag in the crate we just made. We can move it around and rotate it to see it in our light setup, and we can move the camera a little bit around. We can also change the light again to test how our material reacts to the different light scenarios. And here we are with our first scene done. So now let's talk about logic. When we press play, it seems nothing is really happening. With a crate selected, we can scroll down in the details and select Simulate Physics. When we now hit play, this crate falls to the ground. The disadvantage is that this is only turned on this specific actor in the scene. If we bring in another crate that looks for the player exactly the same, it will behave differently. Because for this second crate, it's not set to simulate the physics by default. This is where blueprints can come in. Let's create a new folder and call that Game Elements. When opening up the folder, we can do a right click to create assets. We will find a lot of different things, but we will concentrate on blueprints for now. And blueprints can be a lot of different classes, but we start with an actor. And we call that BP_crate. When we open this up, you can see the viewport here in the middle. On the right, we have the details for the components that's selected, and the upper left, we have the list of components, and below we have graphs, functions, and variables. Up here, you find the event graph for the game logic, but we ignore that for now. Let's add a static mesh component, which we call createMesh. We still don't see something because we have to set our static mesh crate in the details panel of our added component. So here we have it. The details of this component are identical to the one we saw in our level, including the Simulate Physics checkbox. We can also tweak it a bit by setting the mass and increasing a bit the linear and angular damping to introduce some drag to this actor. So we save this now and go back to our level. When we now bring in our blueprint we just made, also rotate it a bit and press play, you can maybe see it behaves a bit differently. The advantage is when we bring in another blueprint crate, it has the same default values we just introduced. And when we change it in the blueprint, all actors in the scene will change too. Now let's replace our floor with a landscape. We can delete our floor and select the landscape mode. This lets me create a landscape. We do not bother with the details yet and just hit create. Now we have a landscape that we can sculpt, paint, or use landmass tools, but I don't want to cover that. We can change the brush size. For example, the strength, and the brush size, and the fall off for smoother or sharper edges. I'm not a very good level designer, so let's try briefly to sculpt something that looks like a small valley. Like that. I'm changing a little bit the brush size and then just really fastly drawing something here. When you hold shift, we can also lower an area, like for example here. And then we can use this tool to smooth out some of the roughness we brought in. But yeah, let's keep it like that for a second and head over making a material for our new landscape. Back in select mode, we can select our newly made landscape. And in the details, we will find the landscape material. So let's make a new material for that. We create a folder named landscape and create a material here, which we name I'm_landscape. First, we don't want to have any glossiness on our landscape. So we can search for fully rough in the material settings and it does exactly what it says. So now we have a rough thing. So next we want to add the landscape layer blend node. We can add two layers. One we will call sand, and the other we will call grass. And when we plug this in now into the base color and we hold 3 and do a left click, we can create a vector node where we can set the color into like a darkish yellow tone. We do it again, but this time with a dark green. And now we hook this up with the two layers. Back in our level, we can add it to the landscape. So you can see it's completely black. Let's fix that by going back into the landscape mode, and in the paint tab, we can find our two layers we just made. But the information needs to be stored somewhere, so we need to create a weight blended info layer. And we do that for the sand in our landscape folder and the same for our grass. So with this done, we can select those layers and begin to paint here. Again, a reminder that this part isn't really my strength, but I will try my best to paint in some grass. You can use the same brush settings as for the sculpting. I think this is enough and that works for us now. we can hide my simple drawings with some improvements on the material. So let's import some more textures. Here I have two tileable textures, one for sand and one grayscale one for grass. So we can remove the sand color node for now, but I will keep the green. We can connect the sand and bring in this grass. And when we hit apply and check out the level, we can see that we have sand here and this very beautiful grass. But the tiling isn't very nice. So let's get back to the material and fix that. This time we will use an absolute word position node, which gives us X, Y, and Z on a given location. As we do not need Z, we will use a component mask to get only 2 coordinates and not 3. R is X and G is Y in this case. Now we can divide that by a number to control the tiling. For example, 256 could work. And now we plug that into the UVs. And now when I move around, you can see this is word aligned, even in the editor. I really actually like that a lot. So let's copy this part and do the same for the grass. I'm copying it because maybe we want different values for now. So here, let's try like 512. So when we hit apply and go back to our level, then we can see the result. So let's get rid of this, go to manage for now, so we don't have the brush. And here we are. So here's our textures, and the tiling is not too bad, but the grass is not what we want. So let's go back here and switch that back to 256 for now. And now some cleanup. So there's a very nice new node in Unreal Engine 5, which is called named reroute node. So we call that sand, and now we can unplug that. And in the layer blend, we use this as input. So that's pretty neat. We can do the same for the grass. But before we do that, let's bring some color to the grass. So we can hold L and do a left click. That brings us an alpha lerp. And we can use a grayscale and this green here. Let's make a copy of that and do a second green, which we in this case make a little bit brighter. And with this plugged in now into our alpha lerp, we can lerp between those two values with the grayscale. So, and when previewing this, this is what it looks like. So now again, we do the named reroute node, name that grass, and also color that green. So it's a little bit better for our overview. And now we can plug this into the layer. So this is a really nice way to keep your graph clean. And very often it's the small things that can make a big difference. You could also make a material function here, but we keep it like this for now. So, and here's the result on our landscape. So when we get closer, this is pretty nice and actually what we wanted. So next, let's try to populate this with some grass and some rocks. First, let's spawn some real grass. Before we start, let's change the light direction a little bit to get a nicer spot here in the middle. And then let's create a new folder we name environment. Here we want to import a static mesh from an FBX and another grayscale texture. We keep working with the defaults for now. When we open up the grass clump mesh, we can see how it looks like. So let's make this grass material very quickly. We remove the color and drag in our texture. Where the texture is black, we want to have it mask out the material. So for that, we need to change the blend mode from opaque to mask. Now we can plug in the texture to the opacity mask. When we check out the grass mesh now, it begins to look like we want. Let's bring some color back. We go back to our landscape and we steal the setup by copy pasting this in our grass material. And then we connect that with alpha and the base color. And if we take a look, this looks nice. So how do we get this grass into our level? We could use the foliage tools to paint it in, but there's an easier way. And we can leverage our landscape material for that. When we look for output grass node, we can add that. And when we select that, we can see there's a grass type we can attach here. So we need that asset. Let's create that asset we find under foliage. Landscape grass type and call that f_landscape grass. After opening it, we can add different grass types, but one is enough for us. So here we add our grass clump and then we bump up the density and we change the min and max scale a little bit. And back in the landscape, we can add our grass type now. So next is a question where to spawn the grass. Here's where the layer blend comes in. We know already where grass was painted. By adding the sample landscape node and changing it to the layer name grass, we are actually done. So back in our level, we have now grass. Isn't that cool? So next, let's get really crazy with some rocks. We want to import an FBX named flat rock. This rock has over 6 million triangles. So now we want to change our import settings to build nanite and then hit import. Now I will speed up this video, but I can tell you that importing and creating the data took under 3 minutes and it's around 140 megabyte big in the content folder. With this done, we can drag our rock into the level. Switching to nanite visualization triangles, you can see nanite in action rendering only the amount of triangles needed. If you want to learn more about this awesome technology, check out our other videos, including the one from Matt and Galen, where they show you how to convert your existing scenes using nanite. In this material, we do not want to work with the mesh UVs. So first, let's import another texture for the rock, which is a tileable texture again, and plug this into the base color. And then let's see how that looks like on the rock. So not what we were looking for. So here we do the same as we did for the material, for the landscape, and use absolutely world position, mask that out and divide this, in this case by a very, very high number, and then plug that into the UVs. I think we do something like 1024 here, and let's see how that looks like. So much better, but when you look it from the side, that doesn't look really nice. It's really stretched. So instead of masking RMB, we using Y and Z, so to say. So when we apply now and go back, then we can see it's okay from the side, but now our top doesn't look nice. We can use a little trick here. So we are looking for the vertex normal, and here we can check again with a mask, and this time we only use B, which is Z, which is looking upwards. And then with a lerp again, we can lerp between two different textures. One is our rock, so that's from the side, and then we have to bring something else. Something else in our case can be the sand texture we already used. So we plug this in, and that will have the same issue like we had with the other texture. So we go to our landscape and we steal briefly our setup here. So we could make this now a material function when we use this in different materials, but for our little purpose, this is enough to just copy paste. And here it is, our little nanite rock. So let's go back to the valley, and here it is. And we want to add many of them. So for that, we will use the foliage tool. Here we can add foliage assets, but we don't have one yet. So let's create one under foliage, static mesh foliage, and we will name this f_flat rock. After opening it, we can add our static mesh, and let's change some values, like for example the Z offset. We also don't want this rock aligned to the surface normal, and this rock is big, so it should have collision. So we set that to block all, and it also should influence the light. So after saving that, we can go back in the foliage tool and add it to our palette. Here we can change the density and the min and max scale. We could also override other values or do non-uniform scales, but let's keep it simple for now. Let's test how that will look like. First, we try to get a better overview of the scene, and then we select the rock to be spawned, and now we can actually begin to draw them into the scene, but that's not enough. More rocks. So let's increase the density. No, that's still not enough. So increase again. And then let's begin to paint. Yeah, that looks nice. So let's begin to cover the whole valley with rocks. So that looks nice. More rocks. Let's add just a few more rocks. So we have now a lot of nanite rocks with 6 million triangle count in this scene, and I think that's good. When we now change the view mode to nanite visualization, you can see a high density of triangles, but there is no noticeable impact on my performance. So yeah, that's where we are. Let's get rid of the rock we placed at the beginning and go back to the crate by opening up the static mesh. Because there we can check nanite and hit apply. This doesn't have much polygons, but as nanite is a general optimization, we can profit from it. Matt goes deeper in his video about conversion from UE4 to UE5, as does Chris Murphy in his guided tour. Let's add a bit more vegetation. I'm using the assets from the nice sample project Statobot, but this time we want to migrate the trees and the fern from this project to ours. We do so by selecting the assets we want, do a right click, go to Asset Action and then Migrate. We will be presented with a list of all asset references that we want all. Now we need to choose the content folder to our target project and migrate. Here we are back and we have now a new folder with a hierarchy from our source project. This static mesh foliage we can now add in our foliage tool. For example, the fern. We want a slightly smaller scale in this level, but we keep the density. And now we can select them and easily paint them onto our landscape. Maybe some more here, just to give it a little bit more color. And we can do the same with the trees. Here as well, we want a little bit smaller trees. And as with a fern, we can just paint a bit in here and until we have some nice trees in our little valley. So now with the fern and the trees, this begins to look like a very lovely scene. But now let's switch gears and begin with the gameplay. Before we start, let's press play and see what happens. So besides our crates falling to the ground, we can find some yellow colored actors in our outliner. Many of them are default actors that get automatically spawned, like for example the game mode or the pawn or the player controller. So those three we want to replace with our own. In the project settings, under game modes, we find the default game mode base, which defines what classes are spawned. Also, the startup maps are defined here, so let's briefly change that to our valley. And now we want to make an own game mode, an own pawn, and an own player controller. So let's create a new folder and name that one Framework. In there, we want to create a new blueprint class. We worked only with an actor before, but blueprints can be made out of many different classes. When we open up an actor in our classes, you will find that our crate is a child of an actor. And a character is a child of a pawn, which means they inherit functionality from their parent. But we will based on the game mode base and name this one BP game mode for now. Next, we need a character. A character is based on a pawn and comes with built-in functionality we will use. We will name this one BP bot. So imagine this being the body that runs around in our scene, but we also need a brain. In Unreal terms, that is the controller. We will need a player controller, but we will also look into an AI controller later. We name this simple one BP player controller. Now we have to tie all the three things together and add it to our level. When we open up the game mode, you can see it looks like a normal actor blueprint. We could even have logic here the game mode should take care of. But we will only override some default classes here. First, let's add our player controller here. So instead of the default one, we want to use our BP player controller. It also spawns the default pawn class, and our BP bot is a character that's based on a pawn, so we can add that here. So let's save that and close it. Now we have to tell our game to use our own game mode. We could add it to the specifics of this level in the world settings if we would have different game modes for different maps, but here we just want to add it as a default for all maps, so we do it in the project settings. And here you can see there's a BP bot and the character now. Next, we need to define where our character should be spawned in the world. We use the player start actor. The game mode will use it automatically when it's in the scene. This blue arrow shows us the direction the character will be orientated when spawned. When we use the end key, it will be placed on the ground. So let's find a nice spot to start from. When we now hit play, we will find ourselves at that location. With this button, we can detach from the player controller to get back to the editor controls while the game is even running. And when we now look in the outliner, we can find our BP bot and other blueprints we made. So now we have our basic setup and can move to the camera. We can have the camera in many different places, like in the controller, but we will add it to the bot itself. When we open up the character and take a look in the viewport, we will find different components, like the capsule for collision and movement, or the arrow component that shows us a forward direction. And then there is a skeletal mesh component that we will use later. And the character movement component that will help us move this character around and has a lot of values we can tweak. Let's make the capsule not hiding in game so we can see it when playing. When we now press play and detach, we can see the capsule. Visibility is not great in the video, but it will serve the purpose for now. Let's stop and go back to our character blueprint. For our little game, we don't want to look through his eyes, but we want an own camera that's looking from top down. To do that, we will add a component called Spring Arm. That will give us some neat options. We could rotate it or scale the arm length, but before we do, let's attach a camera to the spring arm. And now, after that, when we select the spring arm again and change the rotation, we will see that the camera will follow. Then we want to move it out a bit, so we increase the arm length. Now the camera is above the character looking down. Let's select the camera and change the field of view of the camera. We do 45 degrees for now to get a little bit of an isometric look. The spring arm has some more handy features. It could check for collision to adjust the camera, but we don't want that here, so we disable that. Let's save and check out how this looks in game. Awesome, this is actually what we are looking for. So next, let's do some movement. Again, there are several ways to do that. In our case, we want to implement the input the player is giving to the player controller we made. Remember, the controller is a brain controlling our body, which is our bot. As this is our first real logic, let's briefly talk about these events. Here's a begin play and a tick event. There's actually more, for example, a destroyed event. This is basically the parts every actor goes through in his lifetime. Begin play when he's spawned, tick is updating while he's in the world, and destroyed when he's removed. But we don't need that for now. Now we use print string to display some text on screen. It's one of my most used nodes. First, let's hook it up to begin play and see what it does. So when we press play, you will see in the upper left corner printed hello. Let's do it again in case you missed it. Here it is. So let's go back, stop it here, and then hook this up to tick. So when we now hit play, you will see it's printed rapidly every tick. For that reason, you want to be thoughtful what you do here. Complex things on tick will have an impact. But we want to move our character every tick. As this is a controller and not the character itself, we need to get access to our character. The controller knows what it's controlling, so we can use the get controlled pawn. So this pin is now our pawn we can give orders to, and we will find add movement input on the character. Now we hook this up to the event, so it's get called every tick. For simplification, let's say this goes to the movement component in our bot. It needs a direction, so let's set the x of the vector to 1. Hit play and witness our actor moving in world X direction until it gets blocked. Now we need to figure out in which direction we want to go. In blueprints we have access to many things, and this includes the location in the world under the cursor. You can go deeper and have different trace channels, but we keep it for everything that's visible for now. Here is a hit result, and as it has many information, we can break this struct to see what it gives us. In our case, we only care for the location. As we now have our location in the world where the cursor is, we need one more, and that's where our bot is in the world. We can do get actor location on the pawn. With this both locations, we can use a vector mask function called get direction. It gives us a direction of a vector from 2 locations. This is exactly what we need here, so the character moves in the direction where the cursor is. When we now start the game, we will see the bot will be with the camera attached following the cursor. So he's going left and right and down and up. Super cool. I didn't click in the viewport when the game was running. If I would have, you would have seen the cursor disappear. Fortunately, the player controller managed that, and we can go to the details and check show mouse cursor. So if I now start the game and click into the viewport, the mouse keeps being rendered and the character following that. As we do not want to follow the cursor all the time, we need to introduce some player input. To add input, go to the project settings, scroll down to input where we find different bindings we can make. There are axis bindings and there are action bindings. We will only work with action bindings, and you can imagine this like digital on and off switches. Let's add a binding and call that toggle movement. We can click this little icon here to press a key to bind that to our action. Here I do a left mouse click so you can see this is mapped now. Back in our player controller, we can remove the begin play for now. And now we can look for the new event we introduced with the binding. We will find toggle input here and add it to our graph. So this has two execution pins. One is fired when it's pressed and when it's released. So now we only want to follow the cursor while we hold the mouse button down. So to do that, we will add a variable here and call that add movement. This is a boolean, but there are many more variable types. In toggle input, we want to set this variable. So when it's pressed, is fired, we set this to be true. And then when we copy paste that, attach this, when it's released, we want to set this to false. And now we only want to add movement while this is true. So we get the variable, and from here we can look for an if or a branch node. With this, we can say execute this order only when the variable is true. So we are done. Let's start the game. And he is standing around, and when we press the mouse, he's moving in that direction. And he stops when we release the button. So this feels quite nice, and it's the first time we have a feeling of really controlling our little capsule here. But just moving a capsule around is kind of boring, so let's get an animated character in. Back in the character, we had the skeletal mesh component. We want to use that instead of drawing our capsule here. So to do that, let's create a new folder and call this character. And here, let's import the FBX that contains our skeletal mesh. In the import menu, you can see Unreal already identified it being a skeletal mesh and ask for a skeleton. In our case, it's the first skeletal mesh we bring in, so we want to have import mesh checked. What we don't want for now is automatically generate a physics asset. The rest we leave it like it is, and then we hit import. When we open up our character folder now, we can see different assets that got created. We already know about the materials, but we have a skeletal mesh and a skeleton. Let's open this. The skeleton that got created from the mesh has all the hierarchy of its bones. Let's show the bones for a second. Most animation assets will need to reference one skeleton. So the second asset we have here is the skeletal mesh. You can see this as a skin, so you could have different meshes using the same skeleton. It contains data like the material slots, HLOD settings, post-process animation blueprints, and more. As we don't want this robot to be gray but more colorful, let's make his materials quickly. It will not be massively different from what we have done before, but he comes with some more textures and some extra nice things for his face. First, we import all textures. It comes with a grayscale albedo, an atlas for facial expression, masks, and a normal map. We start with the albedo, and we just plug this into the base color, and then when we take a look at him, it's still gray, but a little bit more interesting. So now let's add color. We use a blend overlay node, and then attach this to the base color, and use the parameter here. And now let's find a nice color, like for example, a bright orange. So when we look back in our characters, this is what we got. Now let's take a look at a texture. So this one here. So in the texture editor, we can display the different informations in red, green, and blue channels. Here we save metalness in red, in green have roughness, and blue has the ambient occlusion. So back in the material, we can bring in this and connect metallic, roughness, and AO to the different pins. So after applying that to our character, this is already a nice leap forward. This like this metallic look on his arms. But they have the wrong color, so let's fix this. We can use the mask texture and again a lerp node. The green channel separates the orange parts from the metal parts. So one part is orange, and for the other we add another 3-vector node and change the color to a gray. When we hit apply and go back to our character, this is how it looks like. So some last touches by adding a normal and give him some emissive parts. First we bring in our normal map and connect that. And then we have this mask texture, and that uses the red channel for emissive parts of the mesh. So we can multiply this and plug it into the emissive output. And we multiply this with a color. For the color, we take a very, very light blue. And if we hit apply and go back to our bot, we see his main body is ready. So the only thing left is now his face. So for the face, we have one extra background texture. So let's bring that in. This time we will plug this into the emissive color. And then we will hit apply and see how that looks like on our bot. So now let's add the eyes. For that, we have an atlas here, which is mainly a texture with an alpha masking its different expression, and it's on a 4x4 grid. So to select the face we want, first we want to add this texture to our background texture. So we use an add, and we can use the alpha channel for that because that's where the information is stored. So now we can see the whole texture added to the other. But we want to control the color, so let's multiply this with the color. And then again, let's change it to a bright light blue and add and plug this into the ad. Now we will use a flipbook to help us select what kind of face we want from that atlas. And we will use the UV output. So already with this default and with this node, we can see some animation and it's shown on a 2x2 face. So let's fix that. We will bring in the scalar parameter and change this to 4 because this is the amount of rows and columns we have. So we can just plug this in here and here. And now it is running through this like an animation. So if you want to animate a texture, this is a nice way, but we want to set it to a fixed value. So let's bring another parameter. And when we're changing that, we can change the face. But in our case, we will keep the standard one very simple like this. So hit apply and then we are done and we have our character with a face which we could animate if we want. We will add him to our bot and do some movement adjustments. Here in the bot on the scheduled mesh we can add him now. So here it is, but it's a bit in a wrong location on rotation. Let's fix that. First we rotate him 90 degrees so he's facing in the forward direction of our character logic. Next, let's take a look at the capsule. That's a little bit too big for him. First, we change the radius to be a little bit smaller, and we can properly reduce the height a bit. So back in the mesh, we can change its relative Z location so it fits into the capsule. So now we have a capsule that represents him a little bit better. It all depends on your needs, but for our little games, this is okay. So when we hit play, we have the character and it's moving around. Nice. But we can see some issues. Most obviously, he's not facing in the direction he's moving towards. So back in the bot, we can select the movement component, and here we can search for rotation, where we can find orient rotation to movement. We can also increase the speed, how fast he's doing that. So with this done, we'll face in the direction he's moving to, but so does the camera. We can easily change that by going back to the spring arm, and there for the rotation we can switch from being it's set to relative what it's attached to being set to vert aligned. So when we now hit play, it is looking like we want, and this is beginning to feel like a real game. So he's following the cursor and the camera stays fixed and he follows it. Animations are missing, but before we do that, let's go back to the character movement and make some changes. For example, how fast the bot can accelerate. The next thing is we also want to increase the maximal step height and a little bit the angle he can walk on. We want to set his maximum speed to 400, and for now we will decrease the ground friction and also reduce how fast he is stopped when no input is given. And we will do all that so he is slower accelerating and not immediately stopping when no input is there. This may feel a little bit like he's on slippery underground, and we could increase the ground friction a bit, but we will keep this until we have some animations in. First, we will create a new folder naming it Animations. Here we will import animations from 3 different FBX files. In the import menu, first we will select our skeleton we will already have in the project. We will also not import the mesh as we also have that. So now it's only the 3 animations we are getting, and that gives us 3 animation sequences. Let's open the idle, which opens up this editor. So here on the left are some asset details like play rate, and down here are an asset browser with animations for the skeleton. We have a walk and a run and the idle. Now we need to connect this to our game logic, and we do this by using an animation blueprint for that. The animation blueprint is also based on a skeleton, so we pick that from our bot here, and we name it ABP bot. And when we open this up, you can see here's a preview. Below there's graph, functions, and variables from normal blueprint. But the main thing here is the animation graph, where we play and blend our animations. And there's an event graph for the logic we will use in a second. Let's start extremely simple and just drag in our idle and connect the pose with the output pin. After hitting compile, we can see the result in this preview. Now let's add this to our BP bot. After opening his up, we can go to the skeletal mesh component. Let's go to the viewport to see what we are doing. And here we change the blueprint. So he's playing the idle. Back in the game, he's playing the idle pose while sliding around. Instead, just playing one animation, the animation depends on the state he's in. So he's either standing still or he's moving. We will use a state machine, and then we will call that locomotion. So it spits out a pose, and that's something we connect to our output pose here. Let's go inside of the state machine. It has an entry point where it starts, and we can add a state and call this idle. And we can have another state from that idle and call that walk, run. So this is the most simple state machine. We start at the beginning idle, and we can switch to the walk. And the arrow in the middle is a transition. So we also want to go back from walk to idle. So let's go inside of the idle state. Here we drop in our idle animation and connect that. So it plays the animation when he is in idle state. And when we go back, we can also go into the run and walk. And here for now, just takes a walk. We can extend this later. So now when he's in that state, this is the animation he's playing. So next we need to decide when do we go from idle to walk, and that's where the transition rules comes in. Here we can say you can enter or can't enter the state, but for doing that we need some data which we will get from the event graph. Here's an update node, it's like the tick-in blueprint, and here's also a try get pawn owner node that will give us that pawn. But let's first make a check if this currently has a pawn, so we try a isValid function here. And with this now, we can drag out of the pawn and search for get velocity, which will give us the bot's velocity vector at that given moment. With another vector mass, vector length x and y, we can get a float that represents his ground speed. He's not jumping, so we don't care for the z direction. And this value we save in a variable we call ground speed. So when we connect this now, this gets updated, and we can test this by using our beloved sprint string node. We can plug in the float, and a conversion node gets automatically added. So when we now play the game, we can see on the left side its current speed, and it's up to the maximum of 400 we set before. So back in the animation blueprint, we can delete this now, And in the transition rule, we can use this now by getting our variable in and check if this is bigger than 0. So after doing that and pressing play again, we can see he is actually going into a walk state, but if we stop walking, he's not going back to his idle. That's because he's going from idle to walk, but the transition back is always set to false. Let's fix that by getting in the ground speed again and check if this is smaller or equal a number. And we can use like something around 5 here. So now back in the game, you can see that when he begins to walk, his animation is played, and when he begins to stop, then he's going back in his idle state. We can extend this now. Let's go into the walk and run state, because at a speed of 400, the walk will not work very well. To improve that, we can use a blend space. It can be found under animations and then blend space 1D, and we base this on our skeleton. We name it BS walk run. And when we open this up, you can see an axis here below the character, and in the details up here, we can name this axis to speed. And we can also set the maximum to 400 to match our character speed we set before. And now we can drop some animations in, like the walk and the run. Depending on the input speed, it will blend between these two. But how do we know that the blending is not feed sliding? Unreal Engine 5 comes with a very cool analyst feature for that. We can choose locomotion as an access function, and the analysis needs to know the foot bones. So we can look for the bones, which would be foot left. So we put foot left and then foot right. And once we have done that, he knows where the planting is happening. So when we press analyze, he will match the animations to the right point on the axis. It might have been a little bit subtle because my initial points weren't too bad. But with this blend space now, we can drag this in and use our ground speed to drive the axis. So if we now hit play, you can see the character following the mouse and blending from an idle to a walk to a run. So in a very short time, we have our character running around in the world and reacting to our input, which is pretty cool. So as the bot is ready, we can do even more with it. Let's drag the bot into the scene and control him with an AI controller. Because of our setup, having the player controller controlling the bot, we can also have an AI controller as a brain for the body. So back in the blueprint window, we can search for AI and select the AI controller and name it BP_AI controller. When we open this up and go to the event graph, we will not add movement or use a tick, so let's delete that. There is an AI move to function in the AI controller we can use to give him some orders. So now, how and why and when do we give that order? So let's do something simple first and execute this function a few seconds after the game starts. We use the set timer by event function and we set this to like 3 seconds. Now we drag this delegate out and type custom event. And this event we call simply move. So now we connect the AI move to function, and the last thing we need is give this order to the pawn which we currently controlling. So back in our map, we select him, and in his details we find the AI controller class, which we set to our newly made BP AI controller. The last thing he needs is to move around is navigation data, where blocking is, etc. So we go to the create menu, type nav mesh, and select the nav mesh bounce volume. When you press P, you can make the nav mesh data visible and invisible. Let's now cover the whole area we want our little robot to be able to walk in, and then scale this up a bit. This should work for now. So when we press play, we can walk around and you can see him begin to run after around 3 seconds, but he's trying to reach 0, 0, 0, because that's what the destination says by default, and we will keep it like that and come to this later. All bots have the same color, and to avoid an identity crisis on our bots, let's change that. We will use the construction script of our bot for that. When we select our mesh, we will remember that our bot has 2 materials and his body material is element 0. This material has a parameter I already renamed to color. Back in the construction script, we can grab the mesh and drag it into our graph. And from there, we add a node called create dynamic material instance. And we do this on the element 0, which is our body material. So here we can use the instance and now set a vector parameter with our color. So the parameter name we change to color and change the color to a blue. After hit compile, we can see him in blue in our scene. But now all bots in the scene would be blue. To change it per bot, we can drag the color out of here and promote it to a variable. And we name that color. And with this little eye icon here, we can expose this variable to be editable per instance. You can see this also up here. And then we change it back to our orange we had before. Now we can give this little bot his own individual color by going here in his details panel and picking something like, I don't know, something like a blue. I will settle on that for now. So we have our own controller and an AI. So let's do some more game logic. First, let's bring in some more props. So we go to our props folder, import, and then we import a wall, a door, an orb, and some meshes for a pressure plate. When we import them, they conveniently use the same materials we already created. So that's nice. We will first start with our orb here. In game elements, we will create a new blueprint based on a simple actor and call that BP orb. When we open this up, we can use the content drawer to drag and drop our meshes into the scene, which is automatically creating static mesh components. We can make this a root element, and then on the details panel, we can go to the collision and set this to overlap with pawns only. We will use this later. But first, let's see how we can spawn that into the world. So we go back to our player controller and we want to trigger an action depending on an input. So once again, we go to the project settings and there to input, and we add another action mapping. We name this one spawn orb. And we press here and hit spacebar to bind that to that action. Back in the controller, we search for spawn orb input event, and then on the release, we use a function called spawn actor from class. And the class we want to pick is a BP orb. So with a right click and split, we can access the variables of the struct. So we need a location to spawn it. We can use the same location where the bot is in the moment we hit the spacebar. So we add this to the location, hit save, and now we can walk around and spawn orbs. With orbs in the world, we want the AI now to collect them. So instead of walking to 0, 0, 0, we want the bot to go to an orb. And we can use a function to find an orb, and we call this function find orb. This function should output if it found an orb, so we do a boolean which we call success, and we add a second one and change the type to an actor, which we will name orb actor. So let's make the logic for that. First, we want to get all actors of class. And here we want to look for our BP orbs in the scene. This gives us an array of all orbs. It's basically a list. We can use get length of that list to check if something is in it. So if this array is bigger than 0, we can use a branch. And if this is true, we found something. And if it's false, we say we were not successful. And if it's true, we found orbs. So now we make this simple and just get the first orb in that list and plug that into our return node. And when we hit compile and go back to our event graph, we can track in our function. So we made our own node we could now hook up like we did before, but in this case we can make this function pure, and when we drag this in now, it doesn't have execution pins. Be aware that also means each time a value is needed from this node, it will be executed, but that's okay for here. So if we are successful, we will do the AI move to command, and we will use the orb actor output and plug that into the target actor. And then when the AI reaches the destination successfully, we want to move again. In addition, we want to change our timer and check that this is looping, so it's checking every 3 seconds. When playing now, we can spawn orbs, and our little blue robot will go and run to the orb. But as the orb still will be the first in the list, he will not move to another. For that, we need to remove it from the world. To do that, we can use events the components can give us. For example, the begin overlap event. We already know this actor will only overlap with pawns because that's what we said in the details. That includes our own bot and the AI bot. Here we get the actor that begin to overlap with this orb. We don't want our player to directly remove it after it got spawned, so we have to differentiate between them. So we cast to a pawn. Carefully with casting, it has hard references, and it means when an actor gets loaded memory, everything it's casted to will also be loaded. Now we drag out the pawn and we can ask if this is player controlled. As we have an AI and a player controller, this will give us a desired result. So if the bot is not player controlled, we will destroy and thus remove it from the world. Here we are. So now let's hit play and see what it does. We can spawn orbs, and the AI now begins to follow us and collecting those orbs. So here we have it, running around, spawning orbs, and having a little AI following us. Now let's add some more interaction and do some more game elements. We will do a pressure plate that will open a door, and we want our robot to be able to trigger it. First, we create another blueprint actor and name this one BP pressure plate. And when this is done and we open it up, we can drop in our frame and platform mesh and then make the frame our root. What we want to do is move the platform up and down when something stands on it. To do that, we will add a box collision component that will serve us as our trigger. So let's scale this up a bit so it covers the area we want. And now we want to add a begin overlap event like we did before with the orb, but this time we also want the end overlap event. And we now want to test if this is working. So we use our print string again, we keep the hello for the begin overlap, and we add another one for the end overlap where we say goodbye. So with this done, let's go back in our level and get into the content drawer and just look for our elements, bring in the pressure plate. And when we press play and move around, you can see the hello and bye being triggered when we begin and end overlap. So this is already working quite nicely. But we don't want to output some text, but move the platform mesh up and down. So back in our pressure plate, we will first remove this print string node. And to do the animation of the pressure plate, we will use a timeline. And we name this plate animation. So when we double click, we can add different tracks to this one. But first we want to go pretty fast, so we set the length of this timeline to be ½ a second. And next we will add a float track. So this track we will use to animate the plate movement. Now we can add some keys. So the first key is at 0 second and the value to be 0. And then we do another key and that one will be set to 1 after ½ a second. And with these buttons, we can focus on that area. So this value will increase over time from 0 to 1 and we will use this to move our plate. So here is our float pin that will give us a value when the timeline is playing. We will take the platform mesh in here and look for set relative location. By start, this is 0, 0, 0. We want to have this updated when the timeline plays. As we only want to change the z value of this vector, we will use one of the mask nodes and search for multiply. The pins here are grayed out because it's wildcard pins that can become different variables. They get automatically changed when I track something in. And now we can split our location vector and connect the output to the z component. So when the platform reaches 1, we want the plate to be at around -20. So let's hook this up in the timeline and we can do it play and reverse when end overlay with plate. So now back in our level, we can run around and you can see it's already triggered, but maybe a little bit hefty. So Before we continue, let's stop here, go back and fix this. The value is a little bit high, so we go to -10, and I think that should work better. So let's play again and see how that is doing. Yeah, that's what we want. So the plate is moving down and up. So we have the pressure plate. Now let's create another actor for our door and call this one BP door. When we open this up, we do the same as before. We will go to our props folder, and first we will bring in the wall frame and make this one the root. Next, we need the two door meshes. It's the same mesh for both, so we will add 2 of them. And let's name one door L for left and the other one door right. As we want them to move around here, but it would be easier if the relative location would stay at 0, 0, 0. So let's do a small trick. We will add a scene component, and we call this like anchor underscore L. And we move that to the proper position. Then put the door under that anchor and bring back the relative location to 0. We do the same for the other side. So we add another scene component and call this one anchor underscore R. And then move this to its proper position on the other side. In this case, the door moves in the opposite direction as the other, so we rotate this one 180 degrees. And now we can put our door under the anchor, and we have a setup we can easily work with. Back in our event graph, let's first delete those nodes, because this time we will start with custom events. The first one we want to do is calling this one open door, and then we need a second one we will call close door. And again, we will do a timeline calling this door animation. This is nearly the same setup as before. We will do one tiny thing different, which you will see in a second. So door animation, and then this time we will make this also as short 0.5 seconds. We could also do vector tracks here, but I personally prefer to work here in a 0 to 1 space and tweak the values afterwards with the multiplayer without the need of changing the curve every time. So the curve we want to model just like how in this case the animation is played. But first we need this first 2 keys, and then we can do it a little bit more interesting by selecting those keys and changing them from linear to break. And that gives us tangents, and this tangents here we can use to manipulate the curve, so we can bring this down to have a more interesting sliding. And back in the graph, we can take both door components and again look for set relative transform. We put this under the anchor, so that will help us a lot. Again, we split the vector, and this time we use a multiply again, and we will multiply it with -70. We connect it to the Y component, so the door slides in and out of the frame. So open door should play time forward, and close should play it in reverse. So this is it, and for a quick test, we want to see if this works, so we will get back our begin play. We want to open the door after a few seconds. I normally prefer the set time setup, but we will use a delay node, which will work for now. And then we will open the door. So we can go back to our level, look at our BP door, and drag that into our level. Let's try to find a nice spot, like here at the entry or exit of the valley. So we have to try to open that. We could properly place it a little bit nicer, but I think this works for now. So et voila, after 3 seconds, the door will swing open. So how does the plate now tell the door when to open? There's a lot of ways to do it, and you can look into Blueprint communication to learn more. I want to show you one way, and that is using an own component. We can create a blueprint here, and we find an actor component. Let's create one, and let's call this one BP interaction component. Imagine this to be a small container for game logic you can add to any actor in your project. So when we open this up, it looks like any actor blueprint we have seen before, but it doesn't have a viewport or components. Let's remove this for a second. We will do something extremely simple here. We create a custom event that we can call from outside later. First, we call start interaction, and then we do a second one, and this one we will call stop interaction. Next, we will use an event dispatcher, which will give us a possibility to shout out into the world that this event occurred, and we call this one onInteraction. And up right here, we can add a variable, and we keep it a bool and say simply on. Now we can drag it in and call this one from start interaction and say this is on, and then we do a second one on stop interaction, and here we say it's false. That's all our component will need. So let's hook this up. In the pressure plate, we can now add our new component we just made. There it is. So let's move the overlap events a little bit to the side. And then we can drag in our component and use it as any other. From here, we can call the events we created. Start interact, on begin interact, and then start the animation. And also stop interaction when the end overlap is called, and then play the animation in reverse. To show this is already working, we go back and use our print string again and saying, for example, on when the interaction starts, and we do another one and we just say off when this happens. So with this hooked up, we can test if this is working. So let's start our game and move our character around. So when we enter the plate, you see on and off. So this is already working quite nicely. Now the door needs to react on that. Back in our door, we can remove our test code for opening the door. And at begin play, we want to listen to the event dispatcher of the component that's calling out into the world that an interaction started or stopped. First, we will add a new variable type and call that trigger. Then we change the type from a Boolean to an actor object reference, because any actor could actually have our interaction component. We can drag this variable in, and then we can check if this is even existing. So we do a right click and change this to a validate get. And now from that trigger, we can move this pin out and search for get component by class on that actor. So here we can check if this actor has a BP interaction component. So again, we check if this is valid. And when both is the case, we know we have an actor here that has our game logic we just created. We can track out here and assign a custom event to this event dispatcher we called onInteract. So at begin play, we assign this event to the event dispatcher, and when this is calling out, we can react on that. We can now use a branch again to decide what to do when this is true or false. So if it's true, we want to open the door, and when it's false, we want to close the door. And with this, we are done. So let's save and go back into our level and set the trigger variable by selecting the door. And I forgot something. So we have to go back to the door and make the trigger editable per instance with this eye icon. So let's compile and go back. And when we select the door now, we can use a picker to select the pressure plate. When we now start the game, we can walk onto the plate, and that triggers the door. And it leaves the door and open and close. And it also means when we now spawn our orbs and our little bot collecting them, we can make him open the door for us so we can safely leave the valley. Woo! Even after so many years, I still love the moment when all these little features come together. Oh, by the way, we also can push the crate onto the pressure plate because we didn't check who's overlapping with it. Let's do a bonus round and add a bit of polish by adding effects, sounds, and a bit of camera shake. We will start with a dust effect for the bot's running animation, and first let's make a folder and call that effects. Here we create a completely empty Niagara system, and we will call this one FX Dust. So let's open the Niagara editor. Again, we have in the middle a big graph. Here are some parameters, and here is a preview. We will do something extremely simple. First, we want the system not to loop, but only play once. Next, we need an emitter. We could use one of the many templates, but we'll start an empty one. This also has life cycles like an actor, but in update, we add a burst, a spawn burst. And let's add something like 10 particles. In particle spawn, we can set some particle values. First, we set the color to do something that could look like sand. Next, we want a bit of randomization for the size of the particle. So let's check uniform, random uniform, and do something between 2 and 4. We also want to randomize the mass a bit for the gravity we will introduce in a second. And next we want to add some velocity when the particle gets spawned. Adding this also needs a solve forces module, which will be added when we hit fix. Instead of a linear force of all particles, we want to switch to cone, and the direction of the cone we want to set to -1 to fit our character later. So in preview, you can see now 10 yellow particles moving in -x. We could change the velocity speed, but we will keep it for now. There are many more things we can do with our particles, but we will keep it simple. As this should be dust, we want to scale it up over time. So in particle update, we will look for something called scale sprite size. This gives us a curve, and we want it to be much bigger, like maybe something like 15 when it's the end of his lifetime. So you can see now they are getting much bigger. Now they should move a little bit more interesting, so we can add a curl noise to get a little bit of chaos. We can increase the strength a bit, which gives us this. So next, we can also change the frequency, but we will keep it for now. Next, let's add some gravity. So if we add gravity as a force, they will by default fall down with -980. We do not even want a negative value. So like this, in our case, we want to get it a positive value. So that's much better. Maybe this is a little bit much. So like that. Here is where also the masks come in that we said earlier. Last thing is changing the alpha over time, so it blends out. We can use a scale color, and we can change this from a fixed number to a float from curve. Now we can track the 0 value to happen a little bit earlier in the time, and we have particles that begin to blend out. Niagara is very powerful, and I'm using only a super tiny piece here, but we need to move on and see how we can use a dust now. To spawn that on the footsteps, we will go to our animation and open the run animation. Let's change the camera angle and stop here. Below of the camera, we have different tracks, and one of them is called Notify. We can scrub to where the right foot is touching the ground, where it's planted, like here, for example. Right-click and add Notify is where we find Play Niagara Particle Effect. When we select this, we can add our dust effect in the details. And when we now moving on the timeline, we can see it gets spawned and played once. But it's spawned at 000 of the character and not where the foot is. We can add a bone or a socket name here, and we will pick foot R for this right foot. Now it gets spawned where the foot bones are. Let's do it for the other leg as well. We will add a Notify. First we will scrap where it is, so here, and then we will do right click and add a Notify. Select the event, and we switch this to foot left. Now we have them spawning at the right location at the right time. When we now go back in our level and hit play, we can see the particles getting spawned when he's running around. So we are leaving a little trail of dust behind us. Audio can help greatly with player feedback and is as important to a game as all other aspects. Let's make some procedural generated footsteps. We will add a new folder and call this audio. For this one, we will use Meta Sounds, which is a plugin you might have to enable under plugins and restart your engine, which I already did here. So we will add a new Meta Sound source asset, which we will find under source, and call this one SFX footstep. When we open this up, you will see a big graph again. We can compare this with a material editor where you can play pre-made sounds, music, mix it, or even generate sounds out of thin air. Which I do here with a white noise. Well, that was loud. Let's control this noise by adding an envelope. There are several ones, but we want the one that outputs audio. We multiply this result now with our noise, and then we connect this to the output. We also connect the on-done pin to the on-finished, so the sound knows when it's ended. Let's hear how that sounds like. We can hear a difference as this sound is now blending in and out. Let's modify the attack timer and the curves and test again. That's close. So we can extend this now by adding a square generator. Here we set the frequency very low. And now add this to our noise with an add node. And then we will plug this into the multiply with our envelope. And that's what we got. So we increase the pulse width a little bit and the noise is very loud. So we multiply this with a float like something 0.1 and then plug that in. And this is the result. I'm obviously not a sound expert, but I hope you can get an idea how powerful this is. So it's close enough for me. Back in our run animation, we can add a new notify track. So let's stop this for a second. Now we can do a right click, add notify, and then play sound. When we select this, you will see that our footstep is already selected. That's because I still had it selected in the content drawer. So, and this is how it sounds like. So let's add a second notify with the other feed. Place it properly, and this is our animation. When we play in game, we can see and hear the bot running around. And when we spawn some orbs, as we use the same body, you can now hear both bots running around, making noises. Isn't that lovely? As a last touch for this project, let's shake the camera a bit. We go to the effects folder and there we create a new blueprint class. This time we look under all classes for camera shake base. We will add this and call our ones just simply camera shake. When we open this up, we have some properties we can change. First we pick Perlin noise. And then we will tweak the amplitude and frequency in a second, but let's open timing first. We reduce the duration to something very short. And we also decrease the time to blend in and out of the shake. So for example, something tiny like 001 and 005. For the location amplitude, we do an 8, and the frequency we do 12 for now. Let's save that. I want to play it on the door, so when the door opens or closes, we want the earth to be shaking. After selecting the door, I press Ctrl B to find the asset in the drawer. In the event graph here, where the door gets moved by the timeline, we can add Play World Camera Shake. We select our shake and we need to define where the location of the epicenter is. So to do that, we want to do it where the door is, so we do get actor location and then plug that into the epicenter. We can specify the radius, this is Feldby, and we increase this to a very high number. And hit save, and let's see how that looks like. When we now run around and trigger the door, the camera shakes. A pretty heavy door we have here. And that's it. We made a tiny game touching a lot of different new and established features in Unreal Engine 5. We imported a static mesh and textures, we made different materials, we used high polygon rocks, created a character, set up his animation, added an AI, and did some game logic, spawning and collecting orbs and adding an interaction component to trigger a door. We made some dust, we generated sound, and I can imagine this is a very good start for a small puzzle game. We used assets from our own StegoBot sample you can download on the marketplace. A lot you learned here can also be found in that project. It's a great place to start if you prefer learning by tinkering. If this isn't enough for you, I recommend you check out our new starter game, Lyra.
We hope this will help you getting started and looking forward to see what you will create in Unreal Engine 5. Join our new developer community and don't miss the great videos my colleagues and some of the community members already created. Thanks for watching.